Hey guys, tonight we awaken in a world of delicate paper screens and sharpened steel, where your first breath greets the thin sliver of dawn light slipping between wooden lattices. You probably won't survive this with all your hair pieces intact, but that's half the fun. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, drop your location and local time in the comments so we know where in the world you're sneaking in this late-night adventure. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You trudge upright on cool tatami as the household stirs in unison. This is Edo, Japan, under the Tokugawa shogunate, circa early 18th century, where over 2 million residents thrived in what was then the largest city in the world. Mainstream historical fact: the compound's wooden beams creak slightly, a familiar susurration to your newly attuned ears. Outside, a lone rooster crows twice, reverberating across gravel paths lined with trimmed pines and moss-covered lanterns. A servant's sandal taps behind you, reminding you that personal time is a luxury reserved for far-distant provinces. Light filters in pale ochre slashes, illuminating a lacquered sword rack in the corner. You recall that only high-ranking samurai households could legally bear such arms, a privilege codified by the shogun himself. Yet, you're more curious about the rumor that some wives whispered secret messages via carved fan slots during clandestine meetings, a quirky fringed tidbit that suggests hushed resistance hid beneath silk kimonos. Historians still argue whether these coded fan languages truly influenced clan politics or were simply fanciful legend. Historians still argue whether your kimono lies folded on a low chest, beckoning you into layers of pastel silk. The first rays of sun reveal the compound's high wooden walls, each plank polished by generations of retainers. You inhale the crisp morning scent, burnt pine needles, blended with steamed rice wafting from the kitchen. You've been here but moments, yet already the weight of centuries crowds your spine. A single misaligned obi fold heralds social disgrace, a truth drilled into every samurai wife since children learned to crawl. A soft cough behind you. Tama, your lady-in-waiting, ducks her head. Her hands, nimble and practiced, hold a small brass brazier still glowing from charcoal embers. In one fluid motion, she sets it down and fans the embers to spark gentle smoke curls of sandalwood. The fragrance drifts toward your face, awakening senses still heavy from the previous night's rest. You close your eyes to savor the aroma, recalling that incense selection was once so prized you could denote a guest's rank by how finely they smelled. Now you wonder if you can remember the correct sequence without toppling the brazier and startling the entire household. You steady yourself against a polished pillar. The veranda beyond offers a glimpse of the shoji screen's white rice paper shimmering like frost. The courtyard garden meticulously raked, Last night displays orderly rows of pebbles and stones, mimicking mountain ranges, a Zen-inspired design dating back to the Muromachi period. You step outside barefoot, cool cedar planks underfoot offer a mild shock, feeling grounded in this rigid world where comfort bows to ritual. A lone bamboo fountain spills water into a stone basin, a soft, rhythmic drip that echoes in your ears like an invitation to awaken both mind and body.
You remember that in some clans, samurai wives practiced naginata training alongside their husbands, despite it being rare, ushering whispers that they might take up arms if conflict threatened home. Yet, official records seldom mention such feminine skill sets, leaving scholars debating their real prevalence versus romanticized fiction. Should you embrace the naginata or stick to tea bowls and poetry scrolls as expected? The choice teases at your rebellious spirit even now. A distant gong rings twice the signal that dawn preparations commence. It's time to enter the main hall for the morning obeisance. You bow thrice toward the alcove where an ancestral portrait hangs inked visage of your husband's forebear, a fearsome warrior who fought at Sekigahara. You bow once more deeper, murmuring a silent promise to uphold the family honor. Later, you'll worry whether your bow was deep enough, but for now, the ritual must carry you forward. The garden gate swings open softly, revealing a line of servants kneeling in neat formation. They wait for your command to bustle into choreographed movement, polishing lanterns, straightening scroll displays, and arranging calligraphy brushes on lacquer trays. You are the samurai's wife, yes, but also the household director. Every gesture you make ripples through the walls. One misstep now could spiral into whispered gossip among visiting daimyo wives. Still in the hush before full activity arrives, you savor the surreal hush, an interlude where you're both guest and orchestrator in centuries-old drama. Your heart pulses with anticipation. What demands will the day bring? When last night's dreams fade, reality sharpens every silk sleeve, and lacquered floorboard is a line in your unwritten story. And so, as the compound awakens around you, you steel yourself for the morning's first tasks, sensing that even the rooster's crow won't prepare you fully for what lies ahead. You rise before the sun fully warms the rooftops, stepping onto the veranda to greet the first official act of the day. The household shifts into motion as you assume your place at the head of the courtyard. Here, every bow, every whispered command, every slip of a sandal echoes centuries of ritual. You pause to steady your breath. Today's choreography demands flawless precision. A soft wind flutters the paper screens, carrying the scent of morning dew and the low murmur of distant temple bells. You inhale deeply, recalling that each Tokugawa-era compound maintained its own distinct sequence of morning chores. Some began with sweeping the courtyard at exactly 4:30 a.m., others with an incense offering to ancestor spirits at 500 a.m., mainstream historical fact. Yours follows the latter, so you nod imperceptibly
to Tama, signaling her to ignite the incense again. She kneels, fans the charcoal lightly, and the sandalwood curls into pale spirals. A servant places a lacquered tray before you two porcelain bowls of rice gruel, each garnished with a solitary pickled umeboshi plum. You offer a silent prayer to the ancestors, timing your bows precisely to the rhythm of a nearby suikenkutsu's drip, an underground earthenware pot that makes water droplets sing like a distant chime. Some clans prized these tiny, subterranean fountains so highly that they built entire gardens around them, though historians still argue whether they were originally designed for aesthetic pleasure or as secret signaling devices during sieges. Historians still argue whether your first bow is deep, palms flat together, spine straight, gaze lowered. It stretches muscles you forgot existed. You straighten and turn slightly to face the row of kneeling servants. One by one, you snap out instructions in clipped tones. Shin, prepare the northern gate. Kyo, polish the front lantern. Ino, check the scent levels in the inner hall. Your voice carries authority, edged with a tired softness like silk on steel. The servants stir, each gesture practiced, but not robotic. Their eyes flicker to you for any sign of hesitation. God forbid you yawn now. Rumor has it that yawning during a morning obeisance once led to a wife being remanded to a convent for disrespect. A breeze teases loose strands of your hair, reminding you that every detail matters. Your layered kimono constricts your waist, and you suppress the urge to adjust the obi knot. Instead, you inch forward every centimeter, measured to guide Shin, as he sweeps away stray petals from the courtyard's raked gravel. The gravel lines are impossibly straight, an embodiment of order and harmony. Yet you notice one tiny leaf out of place. Shin, the pattern, you murmur, pointing. He nods, shamed, and resumes with a stiffer posture. It's like being a drill sergeant for moss, both silly and oddly satisfying. As Shin crouches, dust motes dance in a beam of light. You remember that clandestine fan language, the one from last dawn's whispered rumor that wives carved hidden messages into their fans before scolding yourself for thinking of secret signals in front of so many eyes. Still, you can't help but wonder if a well-placed swirl of paint could have whispered rebellion. You move to the inner hall, next gliding past precious scrolls depicting heroic samurai exploits. Each is mounted on silk and treated with lacquer to withstand the humid summers. You briefly trail your finger along the smooth edge of one scroll, a painting of the Battle of Sekigahara, where your husband's great-grandfather earned his status. The pigment is still vivid after nearly 300 years, a testament to Edo artisans' skill. Behind you, Iwa places her hand gently on yours to steady you. A shared glance conveys that this world demands more than just good posture. Next, you oversee the purification. Ritual servants sprinkle fresh water at the courtyard entrance, brandishing sprigs of sakaki tree. The act cleanses both body and spirit, banishing impurity before the clan's day begins in earnest. You lower your head as the water arcs over you, cool, surprising, like a sneak attack from a polite ghost. Legend says that some wives used cucumber foam instead of water to soften skin and brighten complexions. Quirky fringe tidbit, earning them the nickname pickle princesses, though historians still argue whether such beauty routines were widespread or mere gossip. Refreshed, you preside over the rice gruel offering. You lift one porcelain bowl, nod to the ancestral alcove, and drink. The taste is bland, but you force a small smile. Enthusiasm for blandness is a virtue here. You extend both hands, palms up toward the painted sliding door. Let the shogun's rule continue. You intone quietly, half ritual, half morning mantra. Your voice feels raspy, the result of too many late-night scroll readings. You almost joke about needing a samurai-grade throat soothe. But you swallow the impulse. Now comes the official inspection of household attire. You step behind a low screen as 10 women file before you in subdued silk. Each dons an under-kimono, an outer robe, and an obi adorned with crests. You raise a hand at Matsuko's attire. The crimson ribbon is slightly off-center. Shift left you direct softly. She obeys with swift grace. You remember back at Section 1 how you worried about obi folds. Apparently, even veteran samurai wives fear fabric faux pas. A servant rolls out a bamboo mat and sets 2 bowls of matcha tea on a small stand. You lift the whisk and blend the foamy green liquid. Your motions deliberate, like conducting an orchestra of calm. The tea ceremony was once considered so sacred that failure to achieve the right froth could result in social exile. Though whispers claim some feudal lords demanded theatrical spills to prove humility. You smile at the absurdity, humility performed through staged klutziness. You sip the tea. Its bitterness cuts through the bland morning air. You relish the warmth spreading through your chest, bracing you for what lies ahead. The servants bow their movements, synchronous clockwork, powered by decades of practice. You return the bow, a silent affirmation of shared purpose. The final ritual of this morning sequence is the offering to the household shrine, a small branch of plum blossoms, a platter of rice cakes, and a candle flickering in a bronze holder. You place each item carefully, your hands steady, despite the tightening knot in your chest. You whisper a blessing, committing both body and spirit to uphold the clan's legacy. As the servants disperse, you stand alone for a heartbeat, surveying your domain. The courtyard is immaculate. The incense smoke lingers. The air tingles with promise. You allow yourself a small wry grin. You've survived the morning gauntlet without dropping a single rice cake or misplacing a flower petal. That's a victory worthy of fan code celebration, if only in your mind. The next gong will signal the transition into midday duties, governing visitors, supervising education, and perhaps catching another glimpse of your samurai husband in the training yard. But for now, you savor this fleeting triumph, a morning conquered. You step into the dimly lit dressing chamber where the faint glow of paper lanterns cast soft halos on silk bolts stacked along the walls. Your heart thumps in your ribs like a ceremonial drum. Today's challenge is the kimono protocol, an art form as rigid as katana steel. One wrong move, and whispers of incompetence could flutter through the court like startled sparrows. Tama kneels before you holding the first layer, a white Nagajuban underrobe crafted from slubbed silk linen. It's light against your skin, but unforgiving when misaligned. You slip your arms into its sleeves, feeling the crisp fabric settle just above your wrists. An attendant secures the koshihimo sash, cinching the nagajuban around your waist with a practiced knot, accepted across Edo households since the Muromachi period, mainstream historical fact. The knot should rest precisely at your hip. Too high, and you risk exposing the underrobe's collar, a faux pas that invites hushed derision. You exhale, focusing on the slope of the collar. It must reveal exactly a handful of centimeters of the white linen beneath, symbolizing purity, tempered by elegance. History books record that even the shogun's own wives adhered to these measurements, their status only affirmed when artisans verified collar layers under strict daylight inspections. Today, the morning light filters through a thin shoji screen, offering a gentle but critical eye. Next comes the main kimono, a soft rose-colored silk brocade patterned with dancing cranes and bamboo. Crane motifs are auspicious, signifying longevity and fidelity, details your samurai husband expects. The pattern is subtly woven, catching light so that circles of silver threads glimmer when you move. You lift the robe over your shoulders, easing your arms into the voluminous sleeves. The collar must nestle seamlessly against the nagajuban, forming a smooth V at your throat. You feel Tama's steadying hands adjust the fabric at your shoulders, an invisible choreography perfected by generations of dressing attendants. As you wrap the kimono's right panel across your front, you remind yourself, always left over, right. The reverse is reserved for funerals and the deceased. In Edo, Japan, this rule was so sacred that misfolded robes found at funerary sites were thought to be curses, spawning legends of restless spirits, wandering maids, until corrected an odd fringe detail that suggests fabric folds could determine one's afterlife comfort. Historians still argue whether such legends originated as cautionary tales or as practical warnings against costume mix-ups during funerals. Historians still argue whether you draw the left panel over the right with deliberate slowness, the overlapping silk brushing against your legs. Beneath your feet, the tatami mats feel springy, cushioning each shift. You pause at the front, noting how the hem grazes the floor by just enough to hide the wooden planks, but not so much as to collect dust. The length of the kimono was once regulated by the shogunate too long, and you'd stumble. Too short, and you'd insult tradition. Some provinces even counted the number of folds near the hem to verify a woman's lineage, believing the precise arrangement could identify noble birth. Now comes the obi, a wide sash woven from stiffened silk, with a chrysanthemum crest repeating in gold thread. You wrap it around your waist, thrice each spin snug, but requiring enough give to let you breathe. Tama threads a thin decorative cord, called an obi-age, into the top of the obi, securing it in place. You close your eyes, picturing the bow that will sit at your back, a taiko musubi knot shaped like a drum. This style was popularized in the Edo period by geisha and samurai wives alike, though some criticism surfaced that the bulky knot resembled a hunchbacked silhouette, quirky fringe tidbit. Your arms extend as Tama helps lift and fold the obi into place. You hear the soft rustle of silk meeting silk. The knot forms gradually, each loop toggling into a crisp rectangle. At last, the knot rests high on your back, aligned with your spine's center. You peek into a lacquered hand mirror. The obi's width is even the crest pattern, uninterrupted. A thrill courses through you. Few missteps can mar this precision. The final touch is the obi-hime, a narrow braided cord tied around the obi's center, adding both security and decoration. You select a deep indigo cord to contrast with the rose silk. As you loop the obi-hime, you recall that certain colors were forbidden during Sakoku Japan's isolation era, as they suggested foreign influence. Indigo remained safe, prized for its vibrant hue derived from local plants. Yet travelers once smuggled pigments to dye outfits scarlet, leading to secret dye houses hidden beneath tea shops, another fringe rumor that historians still debate the veracity of support for these clandestine workshops. With the obi-hime secured, you tilt your head to examine your reflection once more. The kimono wraps your form with an almost architectural precision. The layered collars form two neat lines. The obi sits like a golden belt of rank, and the silk falls in perfect symmetry. Yet, you're keenly aware that even a single starch wrinkle could betray your morning unraveling. A quick glance at your hair reveals a cascade of coiled buns pinned with tortoiseshell kanzashi hairpins. You touch a stray wisp, smoothing it back into place. The hairstyle itself follows the Torobin Shimada design, a style favored by samurai wives since the Genroku era, its silhouette resembling a lantern's glow. Some wives embellished the buns with silk flowers to celebrate seasonal changes, though rigid sects frowned upon such ostentation, insisting plain wood carvings better suited noble restraint. Tama offers you a final bow, and you stand almost rigid, feeling the weight of the layered silk around you. Your reflection smiles back with composed grace, though inside you're a tangle of nerves and exhilaration. A servant enters with a footstool and a pair of silk tabi socks. You slip your feet in, feeling the split-toe design. Guide your stance for Sankai Ashi, walking, a deliberate slow gait used in formal settings to minimize noise and maximize poise. The soles of the tabi are padded with rice straw, ensuring insulation against the cold tatami. Mindful of the Sankai Ashi, you step off the footstool and onto the floor. Each movement a measured glide. You test the motion. Left foot slides, right. Foot taps slightly, then you shift balance and repeat. It's an unhurried dance that transforms a simple walk into a ritual. You recall that long ago some peasant maidens imitated this style on festival days to appear more refined, leading districts to discourage Sankai Ashi outside of samurai compounds. As you turn to leave the dressing chamber, you feel a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Servants bow deeply, their heads nearly touching the floor, acknowledging your readiness to preside. Outside the compound seems to pause, as if the very walls recognize the completion of this sacred protocol. Before stepping into the corridor, you glance down at your attire. One last time. The kimono's pattern aligns perfectly with the obi's central crest, no small feat given the intricacy of coordinating brocades. The layered effect creates a three-dimensional canvas, a whisper of white at your collar, the soft rose hue enveloping your torso, and the glint of gold-threaded chrysanthemums framing your back. You press your palms together, a silent prayer of gratitude to the seamstresses and artisans whose labor underpins your social armor. You emerge from the dressing chamber transformed. No longer are you the timid outsider of mere moments ago. You bear the mantle of samurai wife, an intricate fusion of duty, artistry, and vigilance. Your movements are deliberate, drawn out like attending a slow tea ceremony, even in passage. You're acutely conscious that every flash of silk is scrutinized by the clan's many eyes. The corridor leads you back into the courtyard, where the sunlight now fully bathes the gravel gardens in pearly light. The kimono's silk captures the glow, making your form appear almost illuminated. You stand tall, heart reverberating like a taiko drum. This armor of silk may shift and crease, but its ritual binding grants you power. And so, with each precise step taken in Sankai Ashi, you carry forth the legacy of samurai wives who came before guardians of tradition, bearers of silent strength, and custodians of a world where fabric folds could dictate one's honor and destiny. You glide back into the heart of the compound, where the real work begins, orchestrating the household's myriad responsibilities. As the samurai's wife, you're not merely ornamentation. Your role demands you oversee every chore, every servant's task, and ensure the clan's daily life unfolds without blemish. One mislaid broom or tardy meal can tarnish the family's reputation among neighboring domains. A quiet bell chimes in the corridor, signaling the start of domestic duties. You raise your hand in a subtle gesture, and a cluster of servant girls forms before you, eyes downcast. Each carries a small wooden tablet bearing her name and assigned chore for the day, scrubbing lacquer trays, tending to the lacquered shrine, gathering fresh water from the well, or mixing pigments for calligraphy ink. You nod curtly, then speak in precise syllables, Mari see to the rice, stores measure, yesterday's consumption, and report any shortfall. Your voice carries a calm authority, yet you feel a tremor of anxiety. Shogunate records demand precise rice accounting to levy household taxes, mainstream historical fact. One miscalculation could mean famine-level penalties. Mari bows and scurries away, and you turn to Noriko, who stands clutching a bundle of drying linen. Noriko, inspect each piece for moth damage. I want no surprise holes at dawn inspection. Noriko's cheeks flush. Linen was once so prized that some ladies of the court hid extra rolls under floorboards to signal wealth during surprise audits, a curious fringe practice that whispered prosperity through discreet stashing. Historians still argue whether these hidden caches functioned as practical reserves or mere status symbols. Historians still argue whether you step toward the hearth area where 3 women kneel near a low brazier. They knead dough for rice cakes, their fingers dancing like geishas across the flour-dusted wood. You taste a small pinch. The texture is smooth, but the salt balance feels off. Hana, add more salt to the dough. Remember, taste reflects hospitality. You instruct, placing your palm lightly on her shoulder. By mid-Edo period, etiquette guides undersalted rice cakes were considered an insult to guests, implying stinginess. A servant boy wheels in a barrel of fresh water from the well. You examine the milky sheen during dry seasons. Some households added a drop of lime juice to clarify cloudy water, though purists frowned upon such alchemical corrections, fearing it masked impurity rather than prevented it. Scholars debate whether this practice improved water quality or merely dulled taste. Historians still argue whether. You nod to the boy. Ensure the barrels are kept off the ground. Place them on raised wooden stands to prevent algae growth. Your next stop is the lacquer workshop. Here, artisans stir layers of raw lacquer sap with charcoal pigments to renew chabudai tables and decorative boxes. You inspect a tray bearing the family crest. The gold lacquer is slightly dull. Increase the polishing rounds you order, noting that lacquer mastery peaked during the Momoyama period, when artisans applied up to 15 coats, each sanded smooth by deerskin pads. Mainstream historical fact. An extra sanding might restore the tray's mirror-like sheen. As you move through each station, ink mixing fabric, dyeing pottery, mending, you feel the compound's pulse in your fingertips. Your every glance conveys approval or correction. When you reach the herb drying racks, you inhale the mingled aromas of mugwort, shiso leaves, and kiku petals, all destined for medicinal teas and incense blends. You pluck a single sprig of kiku, and crush it between thumb and forefinger. Its bitterness signals potency. Gather more from the East Garden. After breakfast, you instruct Kei, the herb keeper, recalling that Kiku was once believed to ward off evil spirits if consumed on the 9th day of the 9th month, a festival tradition some clans still honor. Yet scholars debate whether this practice originated in China or evolved indigenously in Japan. Historians still argue whether your next responsibility is aligning servant shifts at the kitchens. You approach the heavy cedar doors and pause as the cooks prepare steamed fish seasoned with miso and mirin. You taste a sliver of amber flesh. The miso's saltiness is spot on. Beneath their stoic faces, the cooks exchange glances. Some believe only fish caught in the Sumida River during early spring impart the ideal texture, leading to heated arguments among clans over exclusive fishing rights. Quirky, fringe, tidbit. You suppress a grin. Edo, Japan's obsession with seasonal fish rivaled its love of powdered white faces. In the nursery wing, young page boys practice cleaning armor plates under caretaker supervision. You watch as they scrub each rivet in brass and iron armor, the very plates worn by your husband on the battlefield. Caution. You caution the caretaker, ensure oil residue is minimal. Excess oil attracts moisture and rust. Samurai wives often managed armor upkeep, as battlefield readiness depended on spotless gear. Some records note that wives once joined smiths to learn metalwork basics, though historians still debate the extent of female involvement in armor production. Historians still argue whether. Finally, you convene a brief meeting in the inner hall. Servants gather around a low painting table, the aroma of green tea wafting from polished cups. You outline afternoon tasks, tending the citrus grove, cataloging scrolls in the library, and readying the guest chambers for tonight's visitor, a minor daimyo expected at dusk. You emphasize punctuality. Do not welcome him until the lanterns are all lit and the incense burner in the guest hall glows pale blue. The slightest scent misalignment could be deemed disrespectful. As the meeting disperses, you exhale slowly. Your throat feels parched from issuing orders, yet satisfaction blooms in your chest. Dozens of tasks set in motion with a single breath. The compound hums with purpose. Laundry lines sway, lacquer brushes glide, and the distant hiss of boiling rice signals lunch preparations, all under your vigilant supervision. You step outside to the courtyard's edge, surveying the servants at work. Each chore you assigned ripples through the day's rhythm, binding everyone to a shared goal, upholding the samurai family's honor. A single misstep or delayed chore could unravel the tapestry you meticulously wove this morning. Yet, in their obedience you find a strange comfort, like conducting an orchestra of silent movements. A breeze stirs the koi pond's surface, sending ripples across emerald green water. You pause to admire the fish gliding beneath floating cherry petals, a fleeting reminder that even amid duty's strictures, beauty blooms unbidden. In this moment, you feel both proud of your authority and humbled by the weight of responsibility. The afternoon's demands loom, supervising the tea ceremony practice, readying festival banners, perhaps even crafting a simple waka poem for this evening's entertainment. But for now, you allow yourself a heartbeat's pause, acknowledging that every chore assigned and every servant directed weaves the living tapestry of Edo, Japan's samurai household. You glide back into the heart of the compound where the real work begins, orchestrating the household's myriad responsibilities. As the samurai's wife, you're not merely ornamentation. Your role demands you oversee every chore, every servant's task, and ensure the clan's daily life unfolds without blemish.
One mislaid broom or tardy meal can tarnish the family's reputation among neighboring domains. A quiet bell chimes in the corridor, signaling the start of domestic duties. You raise your hand in a subtle gesture, and a cluster of servant girls forms before you, eyes downcast. Each carries a small wooden tablet bearing her name and assigned chore for the day, scrubbing lacquer trays, tending to the lacquered shrine, gathering fresh water from the well, or mixing pigments for calligraphy ink. You nod curtly, then speak in precise syllables. See to the rice stores, measure yesterday's consumption, and report any shortfall. Your voice carries calm authority, yet you feel a tremor of anxiety. Shogunate. Records demand precise rice accounting to levy household taxes. Mainstream historical fact. One miscalculation could mean famine-level penalties. Mari bows and scurries away, and you turn to Noriko, who stands clutching a bundle of drying linen. Noriko, inspect each piece for moth damage. I want no surprise holes at dawn inspection. Noriko's cheeks flush. Linen was once so prized that some ladies of the court hid extra rolls under floorboards to signal wealth during surprise audits, a curious fringe practice that whispered prosperity through discreet stashing. Historians still argue whether these hidden caches functioned as practical reserves or mere status symbols. Historians still argue whether you step toward the hearth area where 3 women kneel near a low brazier. They knead dough for rice cakes, their fingers dancing like geishas across the flour-dusted wood. You taste a small pinch. The texture is smooth, but the salt balance feels off. Hana, add more salt to the dough. Remember, taste reflects hospitality. You instruct placing your palm lightly on her shoulder. By mid-Edo period, etiquette guides undersalted rice cakes were considered an insult to guests, implying stinginess. A servant boy wheels in a barrel of fresh water from the well. You examine the milky sheen during dry seasons. Some households added a drop of lime juice to clarify cloudy water, though purists frowned upon such alchemical corrections, fearing it masked impurity rather than prevented it. Scholars debate whether this practice improved water quality or merely dulled taste. Historians still argue whether you nod to the boy. Ensure the barrels are kept off the ground.
Place them on raised wooden stands to prevent algae growth. Your next stop is the lacquer workshop. Here, artisans stir layers of raw lacquer sap with charcoal pigments to renew chabudai tables and decorative boxes. You inspect a tray bearing the family crest. The gold lacquer is slightly dull. Increase the polishing rounds you order, noting that lacquer mastery peaked during the Momoyama period when artisans applied up to 15 coats each, sanded smooth by deerskin pads. Mainstream historical fact. An extra sanding might restore the tray's mirror-like sheen. As you move through each station, ink mixing, fabric dyeing, pottery mending, you feel the compound's pulse in your fingertips. Your every glance conveys approval or correction. When you reach the herb drying racks, you inhale the mingled aromas of mugwort shiso leaves and kiku petals, all destined for medicinal teas and incense blends. You pluck a single sprig of kiku and crush it between thumb and forefinger. Its bitterness signals potency. Gather more from the east garden. After breakfast, you instruct Kei, the herb keeper, recalling that kiku was once believed to ward off evil spirits if consumed on the 9th day of the 9th month, a festival tradition some clans still honor. Yet scholars debate whether this practice originated in China or evolved indigenously in Japan. Historians still argue whether your next responsibility is aligning servant shifts at the kitchens. You approach the heavy cedar doors and pause as the cooks prepare steamed fish seasoned with miso and mirin. You taste a sliver of amber flesh. The miso's saltiness is spot on. Beneath their stoic faces, the cooks exchange glances. Some believe only fish, caught in the Sumida River during early spring, impart the ideal texture, leading to heated arguments among clans over exclusive fishing rights, quirky fringe tidbit. You suppress a grin. Edo, Japan's obsession with seasonal fish, rivaled its love of powdered white faces. In the nursery wing, young page boys practice cleaning armor plates under caretaker supervision. You watch as they scrub each rivet in brass and iron armor, the very plates worn by your husband on the battlefield. Caution. You caution the caretaker, ensure oil residue is minimal. Excess oil attracts moisture and rust. Samurai wives often managed armor upkeep as battlefield readiness depended on spotless gear. Some records note that wives once joined smiths to learn metalwork basics, though historians still debate the extent of female involvement in armor production. Historians still argue whether now you move to the tea storage alcove where wooden chests lined with cedar planks hold precious tea leaves from Uji. You slide open one chest, inhaling the sweet vegetal aroma. Rotate the chests weekly to ensure even aging. You instruct Sato, the tea steward. You recall that tea, ware, and leaves were taxed separately under the Tokugawa Code, reflecting their cultural importance and monetary value, a rare tax tier reserved for luxury goods, mainstream historical fact. Next, you oversee the manuscript room. Piled scrolls await cataloging poetry collections. clan records, and medical treatises. You instruct Sachiko to record each scroll's origin and date, emphasizing clarity. Misdated scrolls can lead to historical disputes and fines if the shogun's archivists find errors. You note a scroll bound in faded hemp. Its ribbon bears a family crest not native to your clan, indicating it was likely traded as diplomatic goodwill. Some archivists whisper that such scrolls contained hidden messages smuggled via bamboo ink tubes, a fringe technique still debated among scholars. Historians still argue whether. Finally, you convene a brief meeting in the inner hall. Servants gather around a low painting table, the aroma of green tea wafting from polished cups. You outline afternoon tasks, tending the citrus grove, cataloging scrolls in the library, and readying the guest chambers for tonight's visitor, a minor daimyo expected at dusk. You emphasize punctuality. Do not welcome him until the lanterns are all lit, and the incense burner in the guest hall glows pale blue. The slightest scent misalignment could be deemed disrespectful. As the meeting disperses, you exhale slowly. Your throat feels parched from issuing orders, yet satisfaction blooms in your chest. Dozens of tasks set in motion with a single breath. The compound hums with purpose. Laundry lines sway, lacquer brushes glide, and the distant hiss of boiling rice signals lunch preparations, all under your vigilant supervision. You step outside to the courtyard's edge, surveying the servants at work. Each chore you assigned ripples through the day's rhythm, binding everyone to a shared goal, upholding the samurai family's honor. A single misstep or delayed chore could unravel the tapestry you meticulously wove this morning. Yet, in their obedience, you find a strange comfort, like conducting an orchestra of silent movements. A breeze stirs the koi pond's surface, sending ripples across emerald green water. You pause to admire the fish gliding beneath floating cherry petals, a fleeting reminder that even amid duty's strictures, beauty blooms unbidden. In this moment you feel both proud of your authority and humbled by the weight of responsibility. The afternoon's demands loom, supervising the tea ceremony practice, readying festival banners, perhaps even crafting a simple waka poem for this evening's entertainment. But for now, you allow yourself a heartbeat's pause, acknowledging that every chore assigned and every servant directed weaves the living tapestry of Edo Japan's samurai household. You step through the sliding doors into the garden's shaded pavilion, where the curtained alcove frames a low lacquered table set for the morning tea ceremony. Here, centuries-old ritual unfolds. Every precise gesture, every careful pause speaks volumes of grace, discipline, and unspoken power. You take your seat on the zabuton cushion, poised to host a gathering that blends solemnity and whispered intimacy. The guests arrive one by one. 3 senior retainers, a visiting poet, and your husband's younger brother all kneel and bow before sitting. The hush settles like silk around the pavilion. In Edo, Japan, tea ceremonies were more than mere hospitality. They symbolized the host's refinement and the clan's cultural pedigree, mainstream historical fact. You inhale the scent of powdered matcha blended this morning and recall that Uji's famed tea leaves were once reserved exclusively for the shogunate's inner circle. Later, affluent samurai families secured rights to import them at great expense. A single lacquered tray is brought in bearing ornate tea implements. A bamboo whisk chasin a tea scoop, chashaku, and a ceramic tea bowl, chawan, hand-thrown by a master potter from Karatsu. You place the bowl before you angle it correctly toward your eldest guest, then turn it precisely 90 degrees so the front faces him, a gesture of respect codified in tea manuals since the Muromachi era. Scholars still argue whether these directional bows derived from Zen temple protocols or military formations. Historians still argue whether you scoop powdered green tea into the chawan, measuring with a steady hand. The guest murmurs a greeting, chaji gozaimasu, honoring the ceremony. You reply, itadakimasu, before adding hot water. The bamboo whisk whirs in gentle strokes, frothing the surface into a soft jade foam. A bead of condensation glimmers on the bowl's rim. You lift it, offer it to the guest with a bow, and he drinks, lips pursed in quiet appreciation. As he sips, you narrate a brief anecdote, how beloved tea, Master Sen no Rikyu, once insisted that the bowl's crack should be honored, not hidden. His philosophy of wabi-sabi embraced imperfection as truth, quirky fringe tidbit. Yet some tea schools later condemned cracks outright, leading to fierce doctrinal splits that still echo in scholarly debate. Historians still argue whether Rikyu's rejected bowls were intentional statements or practical reuse. You note softly, allowing your voice to carry a gentle, teasing lilt. Next, you perform the Timai's signature flourish, wiping the rim of the bowl with a damp cloth, shaken in a single sweeping motion. The guests watch as you fold the cloth into a neat triangle, tucking it into your obi's side. Such precision demonstrates both humility and mastery. Many aspiring hosts fumbled this motion, sparking whispers of inadequate training. In one notable case, a daimyo's wife spent a fortnight practicing timai before a single slip, showcasing how seriously the ritual was taken. You pass the bowl to the next guest, then to the third, rotating it clockwise. Each recipient bows, turns the bowl twice before sipping, and wipes the rim before returning it. You observe each action with appreciative nods. The air is thick with matcha's vegetal aroma and the soft rustle of silk robes. Outside, the garden's bamboo leaves tremble in a breeze, their sound mimicking distant rainfall. It's the same pavilion where centuries ago a rival clan's emissary once poisoned the tea urn, an assassination plot foiled at the last moment, according to some records. Yet, historians still debate whether that infamous plot even occurred or was later contrived to justify stricter tea house inspections. Historians still argue whether, after the final sip, you gather the implements, whisk, scoop, and bowl, each carefully clean-dried, and return to their boxes. You bow to the guests, signaling the ceremony's end. A servant brings small sweets, dango rice dumplings, glazed with sweet bean paste. You encourage the guests to savor them, reminding them that sweet contrasts highlight matcha's bitterness. This pairing practice dates to the Kanai era, when confectioners first experimented with bean sweets for tea accompaniment. As the guests rise, you guide them to the pavilion's edge, where wooden gates open onto the broader garden. The morning sun filters through maple leaves, still tinged with autumn's red, despite it being early spring. A painterically poised stone lantern stands sentinel beside a koi pond, its reflection flickering with passing clouds. You note this seasonal incongruity and mention that some gardeners deliberately beguile visitors by interplanting early blooming sakura with late maple cuttings, a trick that inspired heated horticultural debates. Historians still argue whether the guests exchange intrigued smiles. Your husband emerges from behind a screen, yawning softly. He bows to everyone, then offers you a wry glance. You catch his eye and tilt your bowl in a private salute, his favorite gesture since your wedding vow. He joins the circle, and you share 2 small dango each, whispering about tomorrow's training drill in the courtyard. His camaraderie eases the ceremony's formality, reminding you that beneath the silk and ceremony, true intimacy persists. As the ceremony disperses, you gather your things. Your heart flutters with satisfaction. Today's tea ceremony was flawless. The guests departed with praise, and the clan's cultural prestige remains untarnished. You return to the pavilion's mat, sliding open a hidden drawer to retrieve a folded poem scroll. It's a waka you composed last night. Beneath moon's soft glow, steely blades and petals merge. Silent bonds endure. You smile at the lines, knowing you'll share them at tonight's gathering. You leave the pavilion, each step measured Sankai Ashi style towards the main hall. The incense still lingers, trailing like a memory, marking your path. Even as the next duty beckons, overseeing the afternoon's visitor reception, you carry the serene ambiance of the tea ceremony with you, a hush of mindfulness in a world of meticulous demands. You slip out of the inner hall and pad along the polished corridor toward the training yard. The afternoon sun, casting long shadows of pine branches across the wooden floor. Your silk-lined sandals whisper against the planks in Sankai Ashi style, each step deliberate, as if you're tiptoeing through a hushed cathedral, because in a way you are. Here, the clang of steel and measured shouts of trainees replace the hush of incense and tea ceremonies. Peering around the open gate, you spot your husband among a dozen samurai in the dusty courtyard. The Tokugawa shogunate mandated weekly martial drills for all samurai households, ensuring every warrior maintained battlefield readiness, mainstream historical fact. The courtyard teems with activity, men in hakama trousers, call-out stances, wooden bokken swords snap in practiced swings, and plumes of dust rise with each pivot. You find a low stone seat beneath the veranda's overhang, settle gracefully, and watch. Your husband, clad in his lightweight training gi, moves through kata with that trademark precision, each strike angled at exactly 45 degrees, each step landing with the muffled thud of rice straw-padded soles. You admire his focus, aware that he's mastered drills passed down by the Yagyu Shinkaji Ryu school, which emphasized fluid footwork and mental poise. Mainstream historical fact. He pauses, mid-form sweat beating at his temple. You recall how you once joked he could carve tofu with his standoff posture alone, though today you'd trade that tofu carving trick for a quiet night's sleep. 3 katana thwacks later, he bows to his sparring partner, then glances your way. You catch his eye, raise a hand in a casual wave, and feel a small thrill. Even amid rigorous training, you still rate a glance. Beside you, an older retainer tips his straw hat to shield his eyes from the sun. He whispers that some samurai would train blindfolded under moonlight to heighten reflexes, a fringe practice purportedly designed to awaken spiritual senses beyond sight. Quirky fringe tidbit. You smirk blindfolded swordplay. Or not, you don't envy any warrior who's ever whacked his own foot. A sharp clang echoes as 2 young men test their steel's edge on a horizontal log. You sniff the air, the acrid tang of freshly sharpened iron mingles with the sweet smoke of nearby incense offerings at the small shrine tucked at the yard's corner. That shrine honors Amaterasu, the sun goddess, whose blessings samurai invoked before both battle and training. Historians still argue whether these roadside shrines served genuine religious devotion or simply boosted morale among fighters. Historians still argue whether you lean forward slightly, intrigued by a demonstrative drill. Your husband's instructor calls out a series of strikes so rapid they blur a signature of Shinkage Ryu's feather-light technique. You marvel at the speed, your heart pulsing in your ears. A stray beam of sunlight glints off the instructor's blade, reminding you of your own sword display. In the anteroom, fine steel glimmering until guests arrived. You recall that polishing and caring for a katana was once considered as important as practicing with it. Rumor has it that some samurai wives applied camellia oil to their husbands' swords at dawn, believing it imbued the blade with marital harmony. Though scholars still debate whether such rituals actually improved metal preservation or were poetic gestures, historians still argue whether your husband's sparring partner steps back, panting. He wields a heavier bokken, testing endurance. Your husband answers with a swift parry, then a flick of the wrist sends his partner stumbling. The partner straightens with a wince, either from the near miss or the unexpected foot tap you heard. You stifle a laugh, imagining him limping home and blaming it on rogue straw, though you know samurai pride would never admit such a thing. As the drill ends, all participants bow to each other, their heads lowered in mutual respect. The instructor strides to the center, wipes sweat from his brow with a silk handkerchief embroidered with his family crest, and announces the next exercise, close quarters grappling. You suppress the urge to look away. You've survived mourning ceremonies, kimono dramas, and legion chores, so a bit of wrestling shouldn't faze you, except grappling in a kimono would be its own disaster. Your attention drifts to the courtyard's perimeter, where a small group practices naginata stances against bamboo poles thrust into the earth. You remember from Section 1 that some wives secretly trained with naginata to defend the home if conflict broke out, yet official scrolls barely mention these female warriors, leaving scholars to debate their true numbers, and influence historians still argue whether, you find yourself curious, would you dare swap silk robes for naginata practice? For now you settled for watching. Your husband's turn comes. The instructor presents him with a lengthy practice sword, its blade crafted from polished oak, lacquered to resemble steel. He stands before the instructor, back straight, eyes focused. You sense the tension. This is no casual demonstration, but a test of skill and honor. The instructor nods, and they engage. The instructor attacks with a series of slow, measured strikes. Your husband deflects each, seeming to anticipate blows before they land. Each parry resonates with that satisfying ring, like perfectly tuned wind chimes. You lean forward, breath caught. Their blades tap again and again. The instructor holds back strength to create a fair challenge, yet there's no denying your husband's mastery. When he executes a spinning cut that snaps off a practice mat's corner, dust bursts into the sunlight. You blink momentarily, blinded, then laugh softly. Nice one. Honey, just watch the houseplants next time. Your husband glances your way, offering a slight smile that crinkles his temple. You recall a phrase you whispered last night while composing your waka steely blades and petals merge. Now you witness that merge, the lethal grace of his blade set against the soft backdrop of cherry blossoms drifting across the yard. A petal lands on his sleeve, and he brushes it off as if refusing nature's gentle flourish. The instructor steps back, nods in approval, and calls the session complete. Each samurai bows deeply before removing their practice swords. As they file toward the water pavilion to rinse off sweat, your husband lingers. He strides to you, wiping his brow with the edge of his kimono sleeve, and crouches beside your stone seat. You watched the entire demonstration, he whispers, voice low. Not many wives attend this. You shrug, feigning nonchalance. Someone has to keep an eye on my favorite samurai. You reach out, pat his shoulder, and he accepts your touch, as if it anchors him to home. Around you, the rest of the trainees gather their equipment, A servant offers him a silk handkerchief and a cup of cooled water. He lifts it with both hands, drinking slowly. You study his features, the delicate arch of his brow, the summer heat flushing his cheeks, the small scar near his ear earned in a skirmish before he inherited his title. You wonder if those scars weigh on him as heavily as these competitions do on your heart. One misstep in this yard, one mistimed strike could cost more than pride. It could unravel the family's martial reputation. A sudden breeze stirs the cherry blossoms overhead, sending petals fluttering like confetti. You watch as they drift into the courtyard's center, clinging to practiced gaits and spiritual resolve. The scene feels cinematic, like a slow-motion flourish in a kabuki play. You grin at the absurdity. In any other era, you'd call it a movie moment. Here, it's Tuesday training. Your husband stands, bows to you, then bows again to the instructor. You nod in return, acknowledging both his skill and the unspoken comfort of his presence. He slips his sword back into its wooden scabbard, clips the scabbard to his obi, and offers his arm to guide you back to the main hall, an old custom, ensuring the wife feels supported after witnessing potentially violent displays. You accept his arm, and together you leave the yard, the afternoon's light softening around you as the echo of steel fades into memory. You slip through the sliding shoji doors into the education wing, where pale light filters through rice paper panels, casting soft rectangles across the tatami floor. Here, behind these screens, you join a circle of high-born women, each intent on mastering the refined arts of calligraphy and waka poetry skills, befitting a samurai wife entrusted with preserving cultural legacy. A low lacquered table stands at the room's center, adorned with inkstones, brushes of varying thickness, and neatly stacked sheets of polished washi paper imported from Mino province. The head instructor, an elderly lady whose eyelids droop ever so slightly, motions you forward. She wears a muted indigo kosode, her obi tied in a simple taiko knot. No ostentation, only dignified restraint. In Edo, Japan, noblewomen's education emphasized brushwork to convey both literacy and inner temperament. Mastery of the brush was considered as vital as a warrior's swordsmanship, mainstream historical fact. You settle on your heels beside Tamako and Ayane, fellow students, whose family crests adorn their sleeves. The instructor dips her brush into the inkstone, grinding it with a circular motion until the surface gleams like liquid night. You recall that ink grinding once served as meditation. Rhythmic motions steadied the mind before brush touched paper. Yet, some fringe accounts suggest noblewomen toiled so long they'd faint. Mid-grind, a dramatic practice intended to demonstrate unwavering dedication. Historians still argue whether your calligraphy workbook lies open to the kaisho block style characters, bold and squared. The first exercise is the kanji for honor ye, its strokes demanding both strength and fluid control. You inhale the faint scent of soot as the instructor nods, encouraging you to begin. You lift the brush, adjust your grip, 3 fingers, pinching wrist, hovering just above the paper, and draw each vertical stroke with deliberate pressure. Ink bleeds slightly into the paper's fibers, creating a subtle halo effect admired by calligraphers. You feel Tama's presence at your elbow. She offers water to dilute the ink, guiding your brush to achieve the ideal viscosity. Perfect ink resists runoff yet absorbs the slightest tension from your hand. You steady your breathing in on the first stroke, out on the second. The kanji takes shape, sharp angles, curved sweeps, a cohesive whole. You tip the brush upward to finish with a proud flourish. Beside you, Tomiko's brush hesitates mid-stroke. She glances nervously at the instructor. You offer a discreet nod of encouragement, an unspoken bond among women sharing this sacred chamber. Despite rigid social hierarchies, these lessons forge solidarity. Some whisper that students exchanged secret waka poems hidden in calligraphy volumes, a covert literature club, defying patriarchal confines, quirky fringe tidbit. Whether such gatherings truly existed or were later romanticized remains a point scholars debate. Historians still argue whether the next exercise is hiragana script cursive and flowing the grass style called sosho. You trace the character no repeatedly aiming for a fluid curve that tapers seamlessly. Each repetition hones muscle memory. After dozens of strokes, your wrist aches pleasantly, as if limbs recall a forgotten dance. An old proverb states that perfect sosho reveals one's character more than direct conversation. A reminder that calligraphy served as social insight. Your mind drifts to the waka assignment, compose a 31-syllable poem on spring's essence. You recall buckled scrolls of cherry blossoms from Section 5 and pen names of classical poets like Ono no Komachi flutter in memory. You settle on words. Soft petals drift down. Steel's cold edge gleams in sunrise. Hearts beat like spring drums. You whisper the syllables, counting on fingers, then lift your brush to transcribe. Each kana curves with tentative elegance, the poem unfolding line by line across the washi. The instructor glides along the row, inspecting each sheet. When she reaches you, her eyes narrow, then soften. She bows her head and murmurs, "Yoi, good." A thrill of pride warms your chest. Praise from this master is rarer than a samurai's gold coin. You bow in return, tucking the sheet into a bamboo scroll case. Next, you fold screens for group critique. Each woman stretches a long panel of paper on wooden lattice. You affix yours with delicate rice paste, ensuring no bubbles form. These screens will display your calligraphy for the afternoon's gathering in the main hall. Guests will stroll past silently reading each poem. It's an honor, but also nerve-wracking. Misaligned paper or sloppy paste marks disloyalty to craft. As the class nears its close,
The instructor invites questions. Ayane asks whether it's appropriate to blend deer hide glue into the paste for extra sheen, a technique rumored to produce lustrous surfaces, but also to attract insects if overused. Scholars dispute if any lady actually employed this method or if it was cautionary lore to keep apprentices humble. Historians still argue whether the instructor smiles, acknowledging both possibilities, then dismisses you with a final bow. You rise, tucking brush and inkstone back into an embroidered cloth pouch. Your kimono's sleeves lightly brush the floor as you pivot, mindful of Sankai Ashi steps to preserve grace. Outside, you inhale the cool air, tinged with pine. The world beyond the screens hums with activity. Servants scrabble. Lanterns await lighting, and the distant clang of armor, maintenance, echoes faintly. Before you leave, you pause by the alcove. Art, a hanging scroll of Murasaki Shikibu's Lady Tamako. Her painted visage watches over the room, a silent mentor across centuries. You straighten your posture, offering a small, respectful nod. Then, exhaling softly, you step back into the sunlit corridor, armed not with sword or fan, but with ink and poetry tools, sharpening mind and spirit alike. As you return to the courtyard, you clutch your scroll case, its carved wooden surface warm against your palm. The afternoon sun gilds the compound, illuminating both calligraphy screens and lacquered banners. You anticipate the evening's formal display. Guests will peruse your poems, measuring your lineage by your brushwork's fluidity. Yet, even amid nerves, you carry a serene confidence today. You wielded words as deftly as any blade. You step into the grand guest hall, its sliding doors thrown open to reveal polished wooden floors and walls lined with intricately painted folding screens depicting roaring dragons and serene landscapes. Lantern light flickers against gold leaf accents, casting dancing shadows that lend the space an almost otherworldly glow. This is where you will welcome visiting dignitaries, an audience that balances hospitality with the delicate dance of political theater. Your heart flutters as you glide to the central dais, positioning yourself before a low lacquered table laden with offerings, crystallized chestnuts, pickled lotus roots, and seasonal fruits arranged in meticulously balanced gleams of color. In Edo, Japan, hosting formal receptions for daimyo and court envoys was both art and obligation. Successful ceremonies reinforced alliances and showcased a clan's wealth, and cultural sophistication, mainstream historical fact. Fail at this, and rumors of incompetence could spread like wildfire across rival domains. A hush falls as the first procession appears. 3 courtiers clad in layered silk robes, embroidered with the shogun's crest, flanked by stern-faced retainers, gripping ceremonial halberds. They pause at the threshold, heads nodding in acknowledgement of the shrine's incense smoke curling towards the rafters. The head courtier bows deeply 3 inches above the tatami,
With a crisp gokigenyo greeting, you return the bow, sinking gracefully onto your knees, kimono sleeves fanning out around you like flower petals. You speak in measured tones. Honorable guests, welcome to the Matsudaira residence. Please be seated and accept these humble offerings. Your voice is smooth, each syllable enunciated with care. You gesture toward the cushions laid before the table, then retreat slightly to allow them space. The courtiers slide forward, their movements synchronized as if rehearsed beneath palace roofs. One reaches for the chestnuts, selecting one by one with lacquer chopsticks and popping it into his mouth with a crisp bite. You watch for any sign of distaste. In some clans, hosts hid bitter chestnuts beneath sweet glazes to test guests' honesty. If they spat them out, the host claimed scandalous gossip would follow quirky fringe tidbit. Historians still argue whether such tricks were ever practiced or lingered only as courtly myth. Historians still argue whether, as the guests nibble, you maintain a serene demeanor. Behind you, servants perform silent tea-pouring rituals, ladling hot water over matcha powder and whisking it into frothy perfection. The head courtier savors the tea, murmuring "oishi" before bowing to you in thanks. You incline your head thoughtfully, allowing a small, gracious smile to soften your strict formality. Conversation begins in hushed tones, courtiers discussing harvest yields, rice prices, and seasonal festivals. You interject politely. Our autumn rice bounty surpassed expectations this year, thanks to cooperative weather and improved irrigation canals. Rice records were meticulously kept. Some clans even employed astronomy to predict rainfall, though scholars debate whether these celestial methods yielded reliable forecasts or served more as symbolic rituals. Historians still argue whether the courtier nods, impressed, and adjusts the obi of his underrobe, an unconscious gesture of approval. Next, you guide them to the display alcove, showcasing clan heirlooms, a lacquered tansu chest rumored to have survived a castle fire, a set of porcelain tea bowls from Imari, and a samurai helmet adorned with gilded antlers. Each item carries its own story, woven into the clan's legacy. You pause before the chest and recount how it was dragged from burning beams during the siege of Osaka, its lacquer blistered but resilient, symbolizing the family's enduring spirit. The courtiers listen intently, eyes glinting with respect. Some whisper that the chest's survival owed less to valor and more to a secret cache of water barrels stashed beneath palace floors, a rumor that still puzzles historians. Historians still argue whether, after the heirloom tour, you lead them to the music corner, where a pair of geisha sit poised with shamisen and shakuhachi. Their instruments rest on silk cushions, waiting to voice haunting melodies. In Edo society, musical interludes during receptions added emotional depth, often used to convey political sentiment through repertoire choice, mainstream historical fact. You indicate the shamisen player, who begins a soft sakura melody, the three-string pluck echoing gently in the hall's cavernous expanse. The shakuhachi's breathy notes follow weaving through the chords like wind through pines. The head courtier closes his eyes briefly, absorbing the tune, then opens them to meet your gaze. You offer a slight bow, inviting him to pose any questions. He asks about the composer's origins. You explain that the melody traces its roots to medieval court dances in Heian, Kyoto, where nobles once performed under cherry blossoms, much like the gardens you walked through in Section 5. Yet, some scholars argue whether the song evolved organically over centuries, or if Edo composers retroactively attributed Heian origins to lend prestige. Historians still argue whether, as the music fades, you rise gracefully, signaling the next segment, a small gift exchange. You present the head courtier with a handcrafted lacquered box containing fine umeboshi plums steeped in honey, a delicacy from Kumamoto province. In return, he offers a scroll of poetry penned by the regional governor, its calligraphy flowing with confident strokes. You unroll it carefully and recite the waka aloud. Mountain mists arise, crimson leaves drift on still streams, autumn's silent song. The words hang in the air, elegant and weighty. Some attendants claim the scroll's governor composed it under a full moon in a forest shrine. Others suspect court poets ghost-wrote such gifts to flatter powerful hosts. An academic debate that persists. Historians still argue whether, with the gift exchange complete, you guide the guests to the pavilion's exit, ensuring their path aligns with planks illuminated by lanterns flickering in geometric patterns. They bow in unison before stepping onto the stone pathway that leads back to the main gate. A final wave from your raised fan seals the farewell. You watch them depart until the torches at the gate extinguish, leaving only the humming silence of the compound. You exhale, shoulders releasing a tension you hadn't realized tightened. The hush lingers, an echo of formalities performed flawlessly. Behind you, servants collect offerings, tidy tables, and stow lacquer boxes. Their hushed footsteps resemble soft whispers, acknowledging a ceremony well executed. In the aftermath, you stroll past the folding screens once more, now catching your reflection in the polished surfaces. The crimson silk of your kimono glows like embers under lantern light. You trace a fingertip along the lacquer, recalling the head courtier's approving nod. It feels like a victory lap, yet there are always whispers beyond these walls, other alliances to nurture, more guest halls to command. For a fleeting moment you allow yourself satisfaction. You steered the delicate dance of politics with grace, guided unfamiliar guests through intricate protocols, and upheld your clan's honor under watchful eyes. But duty never rests. The next tasks await afternoon inspections, evening entertainment, and tomorrow's challenges that will demand the same unflinching composure. You step away from the hall, the lantern light dimming behind you, and feel the weight of unseen glances shift into silent admiration. In the hushed aftermath of hosting dignitaries, you stand poised between obligation and triumph, anchored by the ritual you commanded and the legacy you continue to shape. You slip away from the gilded glow of the guest hall and follow a narrow corridor lined with tatami mats, their woven rush scent mingling with faint incense residue. Here, the hush of the compound deepens. Every soft footfall echoes against lacquered walls. This is the realm of hushed secrets and shadowy gossip, where whispered rumors weave through timber beams as easily as wind through bamboo groves. A half-closed sliding door reveals two senior ladies leaning close, voices low as moth wings. You freeze just beyond earshot, inhaling the cool, dusk air. One mutters about the heirloom tansu chest you showcased earlier, claiming it's haunted by a restless ancestor's spirit. Its lacquer bubbles at midnight and whispers the clan's failings, quirky fringe tidbit. The other scoffs, reminding her that organized hauntings are little more than servants' tales spun to avoid chores. In Edo, Japan, beliefs in household spirits, zashiki warashi, were widespread. Families often left offerings of rice to appease benign ghosts, thought to bless homes with prosperity, mainstream historical fact. Yet scholars still argue whether such spirits were genuine faith or convenient fabrications to explain creaking floorboards and lost hairpins. Historians still argue whether your pulse quickens, overhearing gossip among high-born women risks social backlash. Still, you can't resist a closer listen. You edge forward, careful to glide in Sankai Ashi-style feet, sliding silently, until the shoji pain obscures your view, but not your hearing. The First Lady whispers that rumors swirl of a secret tunnel beneath the compound, connecting to a hidden outpost where the samurai wives once plotted clandestine meetings in times of crisis. According to her, the tunnel's entrance lies beneath the koi pond's eastern boulder. You recall that similar tales persist at other estates, though official maps make no mention of such passages. Historians still argue whether, across from them, a flicker of torchlight reveals the Second Lady's pursed lips. She counters that these tunnels are nothing more than drunken gossip from sake-fueled nights meant to spice up lantern-lit storytelling sessions during the season's Firefly viewings. Yet both speak with such conviction that you wonder which version holds truth. A soft click behind you jolts your heart. A servant girl carrying a tray of evening tea freezes in the corridor, eyes darting until she spots the shoji. She ducks away, leaving the tray's faint clink behind. You seize the moment and slip forward, peeking into the next alcove, where a scroll depicting a fierce battle at Sekigahara lies half-rolled. The paint strokes shimmer in torchlight, suggesting hidden depths like the chorus of secrets tugging at these walls. Further down, you spy a small shrine tucked beneath a decorative railing, miniature lanterns, a cracked porcelain bowl, and spilled kamaboko paste petals stained with red dye.
Some whisper, this shrine honors a former lady-in-waiting who died under mysterious circumstances, her spirit believed to guard unsuspecting visitors from nighttime mishaps. In fact, offering kamaboko fish cake was once thought to lure malevolent wraiths into harmless dreams, though historians debate whether this practice originated in folk medicine or as a metaphor for life's fleeting taste. Historians still argue whether. A distant creak reminds you that the household remains alert to any unauthorized wandering. You retreat to the corridor's midpoint and lean against a polished pillar, heart humming like a spider's web. You recall from Section 2 how water purification rites banished impurities. Perhaps a similar ritual could cleanse these whispers. Yet the allure of secrets holds a magnetic pull, knowing one's lineage may depend on which stories endure. You continue past portrait alcoves, pausing before the inked visage of Lady Yoshino, an ancestor famed for her diplomatic prowess. Legend claims she once disguised herself as a servant to spy on enemy envoys, slipping subversive notes hidden within tea caddies. Some records credit her with averting a siege. Others dismiss the tale as a romanticized anecdote. Scholars still argue whether Lady Yoshino's exploits were fact or fiction. Historians still argue whether you brush your fingertips along the portrait's frame as if coaxing the truth from centuries-old lacquer. A distant gong chimes thrice the signal for the evening incense ceremony. You step over a threshold into a small inner vestibule where servants stand ready with brass censers. Your presence turns heads. Gossip often centers on your abilities, after all. You clear your throat quietly, reminding yourself that discretion is paramount. As the servants begin passing around censers, you catch a whisper in your ear. Milady, the ghost of the north turret, appeared again last night, draped in white. You turn to see a young attendant, eyes wide, clutching her tray, as if expecting spirits to emerge from its polished surface. You force a composed nod, telling her to focus on the ritual at hand. Within the censer's soft smoke, you envision all these rumors drifting upward, dissipating as they mix with sandalwood haze. You inhale deeply, letting incense calm the flutter in your chest. The corridors of whispers feel less menacing as you recall the morning's incense and tea ceremonies, each ritual wielded to harmonize both spirit and space. Perhaps tonight's ceremony will still the restless murmurs, weaving new tales of beatific peace. As you exit the vestibule, returning toward the main hall, you glance back into the corridor's shadows. The ancient paper walls seem almost to breathe, holding on to secrets, yet willing to release them in soft susurrations for those who listen. You realize that beyond every formal teach-or list and martial drill, an undercurrent of story sustains this household stories,
that bind generations in both fact and fancy. You step into the lantern-lit expanse once more, leaving echoes of gossip to drift behind like scattered cherry petals. Your mind weighs which tales to embrace and which to consign to oblivion, because in the end, the stories you choose to tell will shape your legacy. You rise before the first lanterns dim completely, slipping into the cool pre-dawn air as you prepare for surprise inspection preparations. In Edo, Japan, surprise inspections by domain overseers ensured that every samurai household maintained impeccable order. Inspectors wielded the power to levy fines, strip ranks, or even reassign fiefs based on a single flaw, mainstream historical fact. Today could bring such a visit at any moment, and the compound must gleam. You step onto the veranda and signal to a line of servants gathered below. Their heads bow in unison, eyes focused on your every movement. Today you begin, voice low but firm. We polish the main hall's floorboards and reposition the ancestral artifacts. Move swiftly, but without haste. Each motion must reflect respect for our lineage. As you speak, you recall that Tokugawa codes mandated weekly surprise audits, prompting many wives to create inspection drills so deeply ingrained they could perform them in their sleep. Though some mischievous sisters turned drills into competitive games to see who polished the fastest, historians still argue whether a servant offers you a box of soft deerskin cloths and beeswax polish infused with pine resin. You lift the lid, releasing a resinous scent that mingles with the morning's crisp breeze. Beeswax polish became favored in the Genroku era for its protective sheen, ensuring wood resisted humidity and insect damage. A pragmatic advance embraced by affluent clans. Mainstream historical fact: some fringe accounts claim that lesser households used a mixture of rice bran and lacquer shavings to mimic beeswax's luster, though scholars still debate whether such substitutes truly held up or merely lost their sheen. Over weeks, historians still argue whether you dip your cloth into the wax, warming it between your palms until a thin film coats the fibers. Kneeling at the hall's threshold, you begin smoothing the polish along the floorboards, each stroke following the grain's length. The surface glows under your touch, the sheen reminiscent of moonlight on a still pond. Servants fan out behind you, echoing your motions in synchronized waves. Their sleeves flutter like petals, the combination of cloth and cloth brushing against wood, creating a gentle drumbeat. Mid-polish, you pause to inspect a lacquered chest of relics, a set of bronze mirrors gifted by a visiting Korean envoy decades earlier. Mirrors held spiritual significance, believed to ward off malevolent spirits by reflecting them away from the household quirky fringe tidbit. You recall tales of some wives hiding cracked mirrors beneath tatami to trap troublesome ghosts, then swapping them out under cover of night, a practice so secretive that few records mention it. Historians still argue whether such mirror swaps served genuine ritual or stemmed from later romanticized folklore. Historians still argue whether you rise to reposition the mirrors on a new stand, their polished surfaces glimmering like watchful eyes. The stand itself is a masterpiece of ebony and mother-of-pearl inlay, crafted in Nagasaki and imported through limited trade, another symbol of your clan's prestige. You align the mirrors at exact equal angles, ensuring the family's crest on each bronze back points precisely east, symbolizing vigilance at dawn. One misaligned mirror risks disrupting the intended protective alignment, so you inch each by a fraction of an inch until perfection is achieved. Next, you turn your attention to the family sword display. The main hall's walls host an array of daisho sets, long katana, and short wakizashi, paired in rigid beauty. You call a young page Sasuke over. Sasuke gently removed the swords for cleaning. Use the oilcloths at the anteroom's side table. I'll inspect each blade afterward. He bows and scurries away, footsteps muted by padded tabi socks. While he cleans, you move to the lacquered scroll cabinet. Its gilded doors bear painted scenes of plum blossom festival artists, painstakingly rendered each petal with real gold leaf layered under transparent lacquer. You unlatch the cabinet, revealing mounted scrolls waiting for rotation. With measured care, you withdraw a scroll depicting a meditating monk overlooking Mount Fuji. Scroll rotation preserved paper integrity and prevented prolonged light exposure. A practice instituted after early collections suffered sun damage. Mainstream historical fact. You unroll the scroll just enough to inspect the silk borders. The tabi lip, the small reinforced edge, shows slight wear. You signal to Hana, senior scroll keeper, reinforce the tabi's stitching with fresh silk thread. Use the black-dyed silk we reserved. It blends seamlessly. She nods, already preparing the mend. You observe her method, delicate stitching, that avoids piercings through visible surfaces, preserving both strength and aesthetics. Your gaze sweeps the hall-polished floors, realigned artifacts, and prepped scrolls. Yet, you notice the lacquered alcove floor mat is slightly askew, its front edge overlapping another by a hair's width. You kneel and shift it back into perfect parallel with the tatami seams. A servant's question arises, "Milady, does the mat's pattern need rotation to match the season?" You smile and reply, "No. For autumn patterns, we leave it as is until late fall. Seasonal mat rotation marks quarterly changes. Premature rotations were frowned upon as overzealous, quirky fringe tidbit. Some documents suggest mat rotations shifted more frequently in certain provinces, but historians still debate if those practices reflected actual ceremonies or later codified calendar adjustments. Historians still argue whether you stand and call two attendants to carry a small bronze censer into the hall's center. The censer, shaped like a crouching lion, once belonged to an Edo-period tea master. Its sculpted mane features dozens of perforations meant to release fragrant smoke in billowing plumes. Perfumed incense, at inspection times, was customary, symbolizing the purification of karma before auditors arrived. You set the censer on a silk mat and nod to Tama, who offers a lit incense stick. When she places it inside, wisps of sandalwood curl skyward. The synchronized clink of metal signals Sasuke's return with swords. He presents each with care, handing you the oilcloth. You take the first blade, examining its edge under the morning light streaming through the shoji. The hamon pattern shimmers a wavy temper line forged during differential heating, unique to each blade. You run the cloth along the shaku length, ensuring no smudges or fingerprints remain. Samurai tradition held that a spotless blade reflected both readiness and moral integrity. Mainstream historical fact. As you clean, you recall fringe rumors that some wives snuck secret messages carved into the hamon lines, legible only under specific angles of light. Scholars still argue whether any such messages existed, or if they're modern inventions spurred by romantic novelists. Historians still argue whether you allow a fleeting smile at the thought almost poetic, yet you prefer truth over embellished legend. Once the blades glint spotless, you return them to their mounts. You align each sword set at consistent height and spacing 10 centimeters from floor 15 centimeters apart. Uniformity conveys discipline. Asymmetry implies either haste or disrespect. Now you inspect the ornamental flower vases arranged on side tables. Ikebana displays change weekly to reflect seasonal blooms. Today's arrangement features early chrysanthemums and young pine sprigs, symbols of endurance and longevity. Yet, you notice one chrysanthemum stalk leans too far left, disrupting the vase's intended heaven-man-earth balance. You pluck the stalk, reposition, and rotate the vase 10 degrees clockwise. The arrangement now embodies harmonious, triadic composition. A servant offers you a small folding fan, embroidered with morning glories, today's accessory for both function and decorum. You open it, feeling the gentle rush of air against your skin, and inspect the delicate pattern. Fan placement matters. Leaving it folded on your lap suggested attentiveness, while opening it at waist level indicated readiness to receive guests. You close it deliberately, setting it on the side of the altar. As the final polish, you instruct 2 attendants to sweep fine ash from the hearth's embers with bamboo whisk brushes, ensuring no stray ash dusts the floor. Hearth maintenance signaled warmth, but also vigilance. Unattended embers could burn tatami edges in an instant. Rumor suggests some wives used ash swapping, replacing old ash with colored herbal ash, to disguise early morning fires from inspectors, though few records confirm such elaborate ruses. Historians still argue whether, stepping back, you survey the hall one last time. Each gleaming surface, each aligned artifact Each polished edge reflects hours of meticulous work. You breathe in the scent of pine incense and polished wood, a triumphant blend of duty and artistry. You signal the servants to disperse. They bow their faces, a mixture of relief and pride. Just then, a sharp knock sounds on the sliding door. Your heart quickens. You glide to the entrance, adopting an expression of serene composure. You slip inside, bowing gracefully. The door parts to reveal the domain inspector, a stern-faced retainer of the shogunate, clipboard in hand. He offers a curt nod, then steps into the hall. He circles the room, tapping at floorboards, running a finger along sword mounts, inhaling the incense haze. You remain still, watching for the slightest flicker in his eyes. At last he stops before the ancestral portrait alcove. He inclines his head slightly, then turns to you. Your household is in exceptional order, he states evenly. No faults found this morning. A wave of relief flushes through you, but you hold your posture, bowing deeply. He departs without another word, his presence dissolving into the corridor's muted light. Only after the doors close do you exhale fully, shoulders relaxing as if 1,000 weights have lifted. You kneel briefly at the censer, offering a silent prayer of gratitude, then stand to extinguish the incense. Your servants gather around, their eyes shining. You offer a rare, genuine smile and speak softly. Well done, all of you. Today our clan's honor remains untarnished. As the morning light strengthens the hall's polished surfaces, radiate warmth. You allow yourself a small moment to savor this victory of precision and unity. Yet you know that at any moment, another surprise inspection, another political test, or another unspoken challenge could arise. Duty never slumbers, and neither can you. For now, though the compound stands flawless under your watchful eye, each artifact and floorboard a testament to your unwavering stewardship. And as you step away from the hall, you carry with you the quiet pride of having met history's exacting gaze and emerged unscathed. You glide into the central dining hall just as midday light filters through the upper clerestory windows, illuminating the long, low tables set for the clan's communal luncheon. The air carries savory aromas, steamed rice, simmered vegetables, and hints of miso soup, beckoning you to preside over the midday repast. In Edo, Japan, clan lunches served not just as meals, but as vital ceremonies, reinforcing solidarity among family and retainers. Mainstream historical fact: the hall's tatami floor is lined with 8 low tables, each seating 6-2 for senior retainers, 2 for junior officers, and 2 for common household staff at the far end. You take your place at the head of the lead table, your crimson silk kimono gleaming in the soft light. Servants move like shadows, presenting lacquered dishes in precise order, miso soup bowls, first followed by platters of grilled ayu fish, simmered daikon radish, pickled greens, and small cups of sake, for ritual toasts. As the first course arrives, you bow slightly and intone the customary blessing, Itadakimasu. Your voice carries through the hall, soft yet far-reaching. Around you, samurai and servants echo the phrase, their chopsticks poised. The ceremonial Itadakimasu acknowledges gratitude to both food and provider, a gesture codified in etiquette guides since the Muromachi period. Scholars still argue whether this practice originated primarily as spiritual reverence or as a social mechanism to foster communal respect. Historians still argue whether
You pick up your chopsticks with practiced grace, noting the bone-white tips carved into phoenix shapes, a luxury reserved for higher ranks. The first bite is tender rice, topped with a few grains of black sesame. The rice itself comes from paddies along the Tone River, whose waters yielded particularly plump grains prized by the Tokugawa elite. Rumor has it that some households secretly blended small amounts of chestnut flour into rice to increase yield, though purists condemned such adulteration, as dishonorable historians still argue whether. Between bites, you glance around the hall. At the second table, Norio, your husband's cousin, sips soup while quoting the day's poetry for critique, an informal literary duel that underscores the clan's intellectual camaraderie. Poetry readings during meals date back to Heian court banquets, though some fringe accounts suggest rival clans used poetic mishaps as veiled insults, sparking feuds over meter and metaphor. Historians still debate whether these verses as weapons truly incited violence or merely expressed competitive flair. Historians still argue whether. Your gaze shifts to the third table, where Hana, the senior scroll keeper, deftly maneuvers her chopsticks around simmered bamboo shoots glazed in sweet soy. You recall that bamboo shoots were a seasonal delicacy in spring, symbolizing resilience and growth. Some clans held bamboo shoot festivals, offering them to deities in hopes of prosperous crops, a tradition whose origins scholars still dispute. Some trace it to rural agrarian rites, others to courtly garden ceremonies. Historians still argue whether a servant approaches with a small sake vessel carved from cedar. You lift it and pour a scant measure into each attendant's cup, including your own. The ritual toast is brief kanpai. You clink cups with the senior retainer to your left, whose stern countenance cracks into a fleeting smile before he returns to his meal. Serving sake at midday underscores celebration of duty well performed, though accounts differ on whether samurai strictly limited alcohol before afternoon drills or indulged freely as morale boosters. Quirky fringe tidbit. Between the grilled ayu fish, a river delicacy with delicate flesh, and the vinegared lotus roots thinly sliced into delicate wheels, you mentor younger ladies in proper etiquette. You speak softly to Chiyo dip,
your lotus root lightly. Too much vinegar masks its subtle crunch. She follows your guidance, her cheeks flushing with gratitude. Teaching dining decorum forms part of a samurai wife's duties, ensuring the next generation embodies both poise and culinary sophistication. As the main courses wind down, a servant distributes small bowls of tea-soaked mochi cakes sprinkled with kinako soybean powder. These confections were once exclusive to Kyoto's imperial court before trickling down to affluent samurai households. Mainstream historical fact. Some mischievous cooks secretly tinted mochi pink with beetroot juice to celebrate spring. Purists decried the practice as a frivolous break from tradition, sparking heated gossip, yet few records verify its actual prevalence. Historians still argue whether. Mid-lunch, you pause the service for a brief address. I extend gratitude to all who have sustained our household's strength and honor today. May our shared purpose continue to flourish like these spring shoots. Your words, soft but resolute, reinforce unity. The hall responds with respectful bows, forks, pardoned chopsticks, lowered in collective acknowledgement. Conversation flickers, plans for the upcoming Matsuri festival, updates on irrigation repairs, and a debate over optimal charcoal types for next season's tea ceremonies. You interject lightly. Hardwood charcoal imparts a steadier heat, but binchotan yields a cleaner burn. Choose accordingly for each rustic or refined gathering. The courting of charcoal types may seem trivial now, but every detail reflects the clan's commitment to excellence. Fringe narratives claim some households hid rare binchotan in secret vaults, saving it exclusively for shogun visits. Though historians still query whether such stockpiles existed or were the stuff of fireside lore. Historians still argue whether, as the luncheon draws to a close, servants clear empty dishes in silent synchrony. You lead the final toast, Kochira C, to the afternoon's neighbor estate outreach. Offer these same blessings to our allies next door. You gesture toward small gift baskets of preserved fruits and dried rice crackers to be delivered to allied households. Gift exchanges between clans maintained political goodwill. Some envoys weighed their baskets to ensure neither side felt slighted, sparking debates on whether weight-based etiquette stemmed from practical fairness or symbolic equality. Historians still argue whether, after the tables are cleared, you signal the assembled attendants to offer midday bows and retire for a brief rest before the afternoon's tasks. Your own body tingles with satisfaction. You navigated diplomacy over dumplings, balanced ritual and sustenance, and reinforced bonds through both food and formality. As you rise, you feel the gentle ache of a meal well partaken. Servants unfurl a silk mat for post-lunch repose, offering chilled green tea and a folded fan. You accept and recline gracefully, letting the sounds of water flowing from the adjacent courtyard's stone basin lull you. In the distance, bamboo leaves rustle, a gentle reminder that nature's rhythms continue alongside human ceremonies. You allow a moment to reflect on the unsung artistry of midday sustenance, how humble rice and river fish become instruments of unity, how a shared bowl of miso strengthens the clan's social fabric. In this midday pause you find both nourishment and purpose, proof that even amid demands of protocol and politics, simple acts of eating and drinking can fortify the bonds that hold a samurai household together. Soon, the afternoon sun will beckon you back to duties overseeing festival preparations, refining ceremonial scripts, and perhaps composing a short poetic accompaniment for this evening's tea ceremony. But for now, as you sip cooling tea and admire the courtyard's dappled light, you relish this fleeting interlude where laughter mingles with chopsticks, soft taps, and camaraderie shines brighter than any lacquered artifact. You rise from your silk mat and move toward the inner court's leisure quarters, a serene chamber, softened by hanging silk panels and pillows arranged for restful repose. This is your moment of respite before the afternoon's bustle resumes a rare interlude to indulge in refined pastimes that sustain both mind and spirit. An attendant unfurls a small loom on a low table, its wooden frame smooth to the touch. You settle before it, fingers brushing the fine silk threads dyed in seasonal hues, emerald green, pale lavender, and moonlit silver. In Edo, Japan, noblewomen often practice silk weaving, not merely for decoration, but as a meditative art, each pattern symbolizing virtues like loyalty or compassion. Mainstream historical fact: you select a silver thread and begin weaving a delicate hummingbird motif, its wings poised mid-flap. As your fingers intertwine silk and weft, you recall a fringed tale that samurai wives once embedded miniature poems within their woven patterns, visible only under candlelight's flicker, a hidden tribute to secret lovers, or whispered hopes. Historians still argue whether these poetic embroideries truly existed or emerged later as romantic legend remains a point of scholarly debate. You adjust the loom's bar, the hummingbird emerging in relief against the lavender background. Each shuttle pass flows in rhythmic repetition, the click-clack echoing like a heartbeat. This repetitive motion calms you, washing away the weight of protocols with each thread you guide. Nearby, a porcelain water basin holds fresh bamboo shoots for a simple snack, nature's own garnish to your craft. You nibble a tender spear, its mild sweetness cleansing your palate. A low voice interrupts your reverie. Tomiko enters carrying a stack of your earlier calligraphy practice sheets. She kneels beside you, placing them on a lacquer tray. Today's assignment: compose tanka verses for a seasonal anthology to be presented at next month's poetry gathering. You accept the sheets, brush in hand, and smooth the top page across your lap. You lift your brush, grinding ink with deliberate loops until its surface gleams. The first tanka focuses on weaving and purpose. Silken strands align dancing threads in dawn's soft light, weaving quiet dreams, honor stitched in each pattern, heart and cloth, entwined as one. You hum the syllables, counting carefully. Tanka's 5-line 31-syllable structure was codified in the Heian court, later revived among Do literati eager to connect with classical elegance. Some poets argue this form restricts modern expression, yet others hail its brevity as a catalyst for profound clarity. Historians still argue whether you dip the brush again and draft a second poem, celebrating leisure's fleeting nature. Silence drapes the heart. Threads glimmer like tapped moonbeams. Moments spun in hush. When duty yields to still calm, the soul's loom weaves truth in peace. A faint smile tugs at your lips. Poetry and weaving, two arts entwined, mirror the duality of your life. Structured duty, softened by creative impulse. You glance at the small pile of silken fragments to your left, scraps from yesterday's kimono fittings. In some clans, resourceful ladies repurposed leftover fabric into patchwork robes for servants or charity practical thrift that belied rigid class lines, quirky fringe tidbit. Scholars debate whether such practices reflected genuine compassion or covert challenges to social hierarchy. Historians still argue whether the hummingbird motif, now nearly complete, you add final silver accents under the loom's soft lamp glow. Each stitch secures the bird's wing, ensuring it appears poised for flight. You lift the piece to inspect it. The metallic thread catches the light, imparting a sense of motion against the pale lavender field. Satisfied, you tie off the loose ends and set the finished panel aside to dry. Your next diversion is a small kanzashi hairpin, awaiting decoration. You retrieve a tiny box of mother-of-pearl petals and evenly arrange 5 pieces around the pin's metal stem, representing the 5 virtues of Bushido. This kind of ikanzaiku lacquer craft gained popularity among samurai wives in the Genroku era. Each hairpin served both as personal adornment and as a symbolic talisman, mainstream historical fact. Some fringe accounts claim certain hairpins contained hidden compartments for secret messages, though evidence remains scant and contested. Historians still argue whether holding the kanzashi up to the lantern light, you marvel at the way the petals catch the flame's glow, shifting from pearly white to golden warmth. You press the hairpin gently into a velvet-lined case, ready for tonight's hairstyle reinforcement. As your leisurely crafts conclude, you rise and extend your arms, stretching beneath the loom's wooden crossbar. You inhale deeply, savoring the chamber's quiet, a rare breath of solitude before the afternoon's dignified demands. The servants outside prepare festival banners and dinner scripts, their distant murmur a backdrop to your tranquil haven. You step toward the room's alcove, where a small folding screen portrays a tea harvesting scene, women plucking leaves at dawn. You sense a kinship with those depicted artisans, shaping tradition with patient hands. You touch the painted leaf, its pigments muted by time yet vibrant in symbolism. Before departing, you fold your weaving tools, loom dismantled into its component rods, shuttle tucked into your sash, silk threads coiled neatly. You gather your poetry sheets, scanning each tanka one last time. Their inked strokes reflect both your disciplined mind and the subtle defiance of creative freedom. You leave the leisure chamber, stepping into the courtyard, where a gentle breeze stirs cherry trees, releasing a cascade of petals onto mossy stones. The afternoon sun rests lower, casting a golden glow across the compound. You inhale the scent of blossoms and polished wood, feeling renewed, a delicate balance of duty fulfilled and inner passions nurtured. Soon, you'll oversee the evening's entertainment rituals, guiding music and dance as dusk settles. But for now, as you rejoin the day's unfolding narrative, you carry with you the mindful artistry of silk weaving and poem composing, tiny acts of self-expression woven into the grand tapestry of samurai life. You glide back into the courtyard just as the sun reaches its zenith, its brightness dancing across the white gravel, patterned like a miniature mountain range. This is the hour for midday martial training, the domain's ritual crucible, where strength meets discipline beneath the open sky. You pause at the veranda's edge to observe, knowing this demonstration not only hones skill, but affirms your family's martial prestige. A lined-up formation of samurai stands at attention, their breath measured beneath woven straw hats. In Edo, Japan, mandated weekly drills supplemented battlefield readiness with ceremonial precision. Each samurai's prowess reinforced clan unity and deterred would-be challengers, mainstream historical fact. Today's curriculum is kenjutsu, paired with hand-to-hand grappling drills, overseen by the chief instructor, a retired bushi, renowned for unbroken sparring records. You take a stone stool at the veranda's fringe, your silk-lined sandals whispering Sankai Ashi footsteps as you settle. Your kimono's hem sways gently in the midday breeze, its silk resisting the heat with hidden layers of cotton. Around you, the courtyard's outer walls bear painted scrolls of legendary duels, ink landscapes capturing frozen moments of blade meeting blade. Each scroll lives on the walls, so that trainees might draw inspiration from ancestors' glories. The instructor signals the first exercise paired kenjutsu kata. Samurai partners take wooden bokken, their stances low and grounded feet, rooted in the gravel like young pines. You recall the Yagyu Shinkeji Ryu fundamentals, introduced in Section 6. But today's forms emphasize Kaisho Nukiuchi, the swift draw technique wherein a samurai unsheathes and strikes in one fluid motion. The head instructor demonstrates a single hand flicks the bokken free, delivering a precise downward cut that arrests air with a hollow thwack. You feel the reverberation in your chest as if the courtyard itself acknowledges the strike. Your husband steps forward as the instructor's partner. He grips the bokken's tsuka with confidence and extension of his spirit. The instructor bows, raises his guard, and the two enact the kata. Each movement flows seamlessly. Draw, step forward, cut, return to guard.
You note the exact moment his stance shifts from offensive to defensive, a practiced balancing act that separates novices from true swordsmen. You lean forward, breath catching, when he executes the final spinning cut that splits a thin bamboo target planted mid-yard. Bamboo splinters scatter like shrapnel, and you let slip a faint smile at his impeccable timing. Beside you, an old retainer murmurs that some battle schools practice drawing exercises at dawn, missed believing obscured vision built intuition. Historians still argue whether you imagine your husband performing kenjutsu beneath fog shadows, blurring steel into ghostly arcs. The thought tingles with danger and romance. Next, the instructor divides the samurai into grappling pairs for Kurai Waza drills. Each fighter dons padded jackets called kote, designed to absorb minor cuts while permitting free range of motion. The first pair locks eyes, then plunges into close combat. Hands grasp sleeves, stepping in for hip throws and wrist locks. You watch as one samurai transitions from a double-leg takedown into a joint lock that would incapacitate an opponent without severing flesh, an artful compromise between lethality and control. You recall that some nobles practiced these grappling arts, discreetly worried that overt displays of raw power might threaten the veneer of civilized restraint. Historians still argue whether, yet, here in the open courtyard, such concerns dissolve beneath the sun's glare. A low gong sounds, signaling a shift to weapons training. The samurai retrieve yari spears, long shafts with steel spearheads, braced for thrusting drills. They form a line foot by foot, raising the yari horizontally before lunging at hanging straw targets. You note the spear's reach advantage over the bokken. In formation, yari units repelled mounted attackers. Some provinces codified yari drills into festival pageantry, transforming martial training into theatrical spectacle. Another fringe evolution scholars debate for authenticity. Historians still argue whether your husband steps forward for spear instruction. He plants his feet wide, thrusting the yari with contained power. The arcing straw target shudders upon impact, rotating on its hook. You admire the contrast, kenjutsu's fluid artistry versus yari's direct, disciplined strength. Both demand mastery, but one is poetry in motion, while the other resembles a striking pillar.
As the exercise continues, you observe students falter, one staggered by a missed foot placement, another overextending his thrust and losing balance. You inwardly chastise them. Posture and footwork are the bedrock of martial arts. The instructor seizes the moment to impart a lesson. In battle-rushed actions, kill technique, he intones. A warrior's calm mind guides the blade. His voice carries across the courtyard like an echoing mantra. Between drills, water jars emerge, and samurai kneel to drink. You nod approvingly. Hydration was once overlooked in war councils, leading to fainting fits during prolonged skirmishes. Some clans advocated tea over water to maintain alertness and ward off fatigue, a practice still debated for efficacy. Historians still argue whether, today, plain well water suffices. The next phase is team drills rotating spear formations against mock cavalry charges. Samurai plant their yari at angled braces, creating interlocking spear points, a defensive wall designed to halt charging horses. You imagine the thunder of hooves meeting these spear jungles at Sakigahara, recalling your ancestors' daring defense. The formation's strength lies in collective unity. One broken link invites disaster. You feel pride that your household trains on par with battlefield engineers. You rise to pace the veranda, noticing details. The sun's warmth on lacquered blades, the sharp scent of sandalwood lingering from morning incense, the rhythmic scrape of kote fabric. You realize that martial training engages all senses: sight, sound, touch, even smell. It's as multi-sensory as the tea ceremony, but charged with tension. The instructor calls for a final demonstration paired yari versus bokken, a mock dueling scenario. Two samurai step forward, one armed with a spear, the other with a bokken. The bokken fighter must close distance swiftly to bypass the spear's reach. They bow circle and the dance begins. The bokken user feints left darts forward, sweeping the spear's shaft to create an opening, then strikes across the opponent's shoulder. The spear wielder twists, pivoting, to deflect the blow and counter with a thrust that forces the bokken back. The exchange is dynamic, like a heated conversation in steel tongues. Your heart pounds as if you stood between them. You're aware that many samurai wives considered training with bokken, but feared public spectacle. Rarely did women participate in public drills, yet, in secret, Naginata Practice Section 6's whisper of fringe training, wives honed their martial skills. You wonder if you should ask your husband to arrange a private lesson in Kukishin Ryu's Torite grappling techniques, though the instructor might balk at such a request. The mock duel ends with mutual bows feet planted firmly on the gravel. The instructor nods in approval, then addresses the gathered samurai. Remember this: the mind directs the blade. Technique without spirit is hollow. His words mingle with the afternoon breeze, carrying both gravitas and gentle challenge. As the samurai file toward the water pavilion to rinse off, you remain seated, letting the echoes of practice settle in your mind. You feel a pang of admiration for their dedication and a spark of longing for physical mastery yourself. Could you, beneath silk and ceremony, pick up a bokken or staff and learn to defend your home in earnest? The thought flickers and subsides. Duty calls you back to refined arts and social orchestrations. You rise, smoothing your kimono sleeves, and return to the veranda's end. A servant offers you a scented cloth to dab perspiration from your brow, a courtesy usually reserved for men. You accept, offering the servant an encouraging smile. This small gesture reminds you that in this world of rigid hierarchy, kindness bridges gaps and fosters loyalty. The sun dips slightly, casting elongated shadows across the gravel. You inhale the mingled scents of sweat wood and incense, feeling invigorated despite the heat. The samurai's midday crucible has reaffirmed their prowess, and by extension, your family's standing. You reflect on the instructor's emphasis on spirit over technique, an echo of Section 1's call to honor tradition while embracing inner resilience. With a final glance at your husband, now removing his practice jacket, you return to the main hall for the afternoon's educational session. The echoes of steel still ring softly in your ears, a reminder that beneath your silk armor lies a world forged in fire blood and unyielding resolve. You return to the inner hall, its sliding doors open to waft the courtyard's afternoon warmth inside. Here, amid lacquered screens and polished floors, tensions stir beneath calm facades. It's time to manage clan conflicts, discreet disputes over status resources, and whispered slights threatening to fray the household's unity. A hush settles as you enter Norio. Your husband's cousin stands by the window, jaw clenched. Across the room, Mari bows but avoids eye contact. You sense a rift perhaps over yesterday's festival banner assignments or the allocation of prime garden plots. In Edo, households, even minor perceived favoritism could spark simmering resentments, demanding a wife's diplomatic touch to quell fires before they spread mainstream historical fact. You clear your throat softly. Please sit, you invite, gesturing to cushions arranged in a semicircle around a low table. A brass censer smolders nearby, its sandalwood smoke curling like a calming veil. Mari and Norio exchange hesitant glances before seating themselves. You slide forward, pressing palms together in respectful greeting. Their bowed heads acknowledge your authority as mediator. You begin with neutral observation. I understand concerns have arisen regarding yesterday's garden tasks. Mari, would you share your thoughts? Mari's voice is small but steady. She feels unfairly burdened, assigned all pruning, while others enjoyed tea, ceremony privileges. You nod, acknowledging her perspective without judgment. A servant once hid behind a screen to overhear a similar complaint later, recording it in a secret diary that fueled family lore, quirky fringe tidbit. Scholars still argue whether these hidden diaries offered genuine conflict resolution or inflamed rivalries. Historians still argue whether. Next, you turn to Norio. He adjusts his obi swelling with restrained frustration. He believes Mari's tasks were justified by seniority and that junior members must learn humility through labor per Bushido's emphasis on service and duty. His stance holds merit. Edo codes often emphasized hierarchical roles in domestic duties, but you sense his rigid adherence blinds him to Mari's feelings. You propose a compromise. Let us balance the tasks. Mari guard the pavilion gates today, a position of visibility and honor, while Norio oversees the pruning of late-blooming maples requiring skill and care. Both pause. Gate duty carries prestige, ensuring visitors' first impressions, while tree care demands expertise. You frame the exchange as mutual respect rather than concession. Mari's eyes brighten. Norio bows in acceptance. The tension eases a fragile truce woven by equitable task assignment. You smile inwardly, conflict diffused through duty, a hallmark of samurai household governance. Next, you address a more subtle rift. In the alcove's corner, two scroll keepers dispute the rotation schedule, each claiming the other misfiled critical clan records. You summon Sachiko and Hana, whose brows furrow under the weight of their responsibilities. Precious documents misplaced could lead to historical inaccuracies and shogunate censure. You direct them to lay out the scrolls on the tatami, confirming dates and provenance. As they work, you notice discrepancies, two scrolls bearing identical seals, but different ink hues, likely a transcription error during last month's cataloging. You guide them to cross-reference with the ledger, restoring order. The process is painstaking, but collaborative, reinforcing attention to detail over blame. While they rectify the records, you sip cool tea from a porcelain cup, its faint chrysanthemum motif reminding you that patience endures. You recall that some clans held record restoration ceremonies, marking successful audits with offerings to ancestral archives, a tradition whose origins scholars still debate between practical necessity and symbolic renewal. Historians still argue whether, with scrolls realigned, you turn to a quieter dispute, conflicting schedules for evening entertainment. The geisha request extra rehearsal time for the new dance, but the music troupe warns that extended practice disrupts their rest. Both stand before you, kimono sleeves fluttering anxiously. You close your eyes briefly, recalling the principle of wa harmony. You propose alternating days, geisha rehearse on odd evenings, musicians on evens, with a brief joint session to sync instruments and choreography. This schedule honors both crafts' needs and interweaves their talents. Both parties bow gratefully relieved at a fair resolution. Finally, you address the root causes, overwork, and miscommunication. You announce a weekly sync circle where all department heads, laundry, kitchen, garden, artistry convene for brief updates and task adjustments. Open dialogue will preempt conflicts before they escalate. The room brightens at your suggestion. Collaboration emerges as a shared value. As the sync circle details take shape, Mari fetches a small wooden clapper and strikes it once, signaling the close of the session. Tension dissolves into purpose. You rise, offering thanks to all present. The brass censer's smoke drifts upward, symbolically purging discord. You step outside into the courtyard, inhaling fresh air. Sunlight illuminates the gravel's crisp patterns, mirroring the restored order within. Servants bustle in renewed harmony, each movement reflecting the clarity of shared understanding. A distant cockerel crows a reminder that even in peace, vigilance remains essential. Yet today, you steered conflicts toward collaboration and balance, a testament to the samurai wife's unspoken power. The afternoon's remainder beckons, supervising festival banner adornments and overseeing tonight's music and dance. But for now, you savor the quiet pride of having mended rifts through empathy and equitable solutions, an art as vital as any sword stroke. You step into the lantern-lit entertainment hall as dusk settles, the air tinged with the smoky aroma of incense and the soft rustle of embroidered kimono. Tonight's ritual blends artistry and amusement, shamisen music, traditional dance, and poetic recitations converge to entertain clan members and honored guests. In Edo, Japan, such evening performances reinforced cultural refinement while offering a rare moment of communal relaxation, mainstream historical fact. Soft lantern glow reveals a polished wooden stage framed by painted screens depicting moonlit pine groves. At stage center, two geisha bow gracefully, their coiffed hair adorned with seasonal kanzashi silver plum blossoms for early spring. You recall that plum motifs symbolized perseverance through winter's end, a poetic nod to the clan's resilience, quirky fringe tidbit. Historians still argue whether geisha first adopted seasonal hairpieces as fashion or as secret markers for exclusive social circles. Historians still argue whether. You take your seat on a raised dais, cloaked in the muted elegance of your indigo-dyed kimono. A soft cushion awaits its silk bearing, the family crest woven in silver thread. Servants offer you a folding fan painted with night-blooming cereus flowers. You unfold it slowly, its velvet-perfumed fabric brushing against your fingertips, a silent signal that the evening ceremony commences. A hush falls as the first musician steps onto the stage, carrying a shamisen crafted from aged duki wood. He tunes the instrument's 3 strings, each twang resonating like a soft sigh. The shamisen's origins trace to Okinawan court music, later refined in mainland schools, its percussive style suggesting both storytelling and rhythmic heartbeat, mainstream historical fact. You anticipate the melody's first note, knowing it will transport listeners across time and space. As the shamasen's triangular plectrum strikes a haunting melody, emerges slow, deliberate, and tinged with longing. The geisha begin their dance, measured footwork, slender arms extending like blooming lotus petals, and occasional synchronized turns that send silk sleeves drifting like silent wings. Their fans flutter in harmony with the shamasen's cadence, creating a visual echo of the music's rhythm. You lean forward, noting each delicate step and the dancer's nuanced expression. Beneath the aesthetic display lies rigorous training geisha, often practiced hours a day to perfect movements so subtle they spoke volumes of grace and discipline. Some fringe accounts suggest that elite geisha learned martial dance, incorporating hidden blades and fan folds for self-defense. Those scholars still debate whether these kunoichi dance tales bear truth or originate from later theatrical myths. Historians still argue whether the shamisen melody transitions into a trio performance as a shakuhachi player emerges flute in hand. The airy breath tones weave around the shamasen's sound, creating an interplay of wind and wood. The geisha adjust their dance to match the flute's haunting notes, their steps becoming more fluid, as if drifting on a summer breeze across a silver lake. The combined artistry evokes a sensory tapestry. The ear senses melody, the eye follows movement, and the mind drifts into reverie. When the final note fades, you offer measured applause, claps held briefly in the stillness before echoing through the hall. The geisha bow in unison, fans folding with soft clicks. You then invite the next act, a short kyogen performance, comedic skits performed by masked actors. Such juxtaposition of solemn dance and light-hearted humor reflects Edo-era entertainment's multifaceted nature, mainstream historical fact. A masked actor strides on stage wearing an oversized court noble's robe and a grotesque wooden mask depicting a haughty visage. He stomps caricatured bows, drawing polite laughter from the audience. His exaggerated gestures mock overly formal decorum, offering subtle commentary on courtly pretension. You smile knowingly, yenchuk-yogen, skewered rigidity, to remind viewers not to take themselves too seriously. Yet, some purists frowned upon kyogen's irreverence, fearing it might undermine respect for tradition. A debate that continues among performance scholars. Historians still argue whether the next scene unfolds as a comedic duo butt heads over a lost fan, their banter swift and witty. One insists the fan flew away on the morning breeze, the other blames mischievous spirits. Their rapid exchanges evoke genuine laughter, easing any lingering tension from the day's duties. You catch guests nudging each other, appreciating the light-hearted relief. As Kyogen concludes, you prepare for the final segment, a poetry reading under moonlight. A guest haiku poet stands by the veranda, candlelight flickering across his poem scroll. You invite him forward, and he recites in a clear voice, "Moonlight on still pond petals, drift on silent dreams, echoes of soft night." His lines evoke the courtyard's garden ambiance, linking performance to place. You nod respectfully, then invite clan members to share short verses. A junior retainer stands cheeks flushed and offers a spontaneous waka, capturing the evening's blend of art and ritual. His boldness earns warm applause, fostering communal bonds and nurturing creative spirit. Finally, you rise to deliver a closing address. Tonight we witnessed artistry's power to unite and uplift. May these melodies, dances, and verses carry us through seasons ahead, forging harmonious spirits as enduring as moonlit reflections. Your words flow softly, echoing the evening's cadence, weaving ritual and emotion into a gentle closing. The hall's lanterns dim gradually, leaving only the soft glow of candles and the moon's silver sheen through open panels. Servants emerge to clear the stage, folding screens and instruments with reverent care. You step back toward the main hall, feeling the evening's artistry settle like a warm cloak around your shoulders. Outside the courtyard's gravel mirrors, the sky's constellations and a lone cricket's chirp resonates through the stillness. You carry the echoes of shamisen strings and dancers' footsteps within a comforting memory to accompany the night's final hours. As you exit, you glance back at the stage, empty now, but alive with lingering presence. Tonight's performances reaffirmed the clan's cultural pulse and reminded all who watched that beyond duty lies beauty crafted through human hands and hearts. You slip from the quiet glow of the entertainment hall into the cool embrace of night, following the lantern-lit path toward the western turret. Here, the castle's security patrols commence their silent vigil, an essential ritual under Tokugawa law to safeguard samurai residences against bandit raids and whispered rebellions, mainstream historical fact. As the samurai's wife, you occasionally join these patrols to affirm solidarity with the household's protectors, your presence both symbolic and practical. Ahead, a line of armored guards assembles beneath the turret's eaves, their armor plates clinking softly in the hush. Each carries a naginata, a pole weapon prized for its reach and versatility. You pause at the turret's stone threshold, inhaling the night air, tinged with pine resin and distant incense from the shrine. The guards bow in unison. Their collective breath mists the lamp glow, resembling ethereal spirits on watch. You step forward, kimono sleeves trailing like silent banners, and offer a respectful nod. Tonight, we ensure the compound's wards hold strong, you intone, voice low but clear. A sturdy retainer named Goro, his helmet decorated with the family crest, responds with a curt, "Yes, milady," his eyes flicking to your unarmored form, an alert reminder that your role bridges ceremony and vigilance. The patrol moves as one, a measured column, winding through the courtyard's gravel, each Sankai Ashi step deliberate to minimize noise. The gravel's raked patterns ripple beneath leather sandals, and you recall that castle architects designed gravel gardens not only for beauty, but also to reveal intruders by disturbing their footprints, a form of passive alarm, quirky, fringe tidbit. Historians still argue whether such gardens primarily served aesthetic or security functions. Historians still argue whether you walk alongside Goro lantern in hand, its golden glow illuminating the towering wooden walls. Guards flank you, their naginata blades catching fleeting reflections. The first checkpoint is the Koi Pond's eastern boulder, the rumored site of secret tunnels mentioned earlier. You halt and run a slender finger along the boulder's cool surface. Goro kneels, shining a lantern's beam into the slight crevice between stone and earth. The rock is solid, but you note faint tool marks, perhaps the vestiges of past excavations or natural fissures. You murmur, "Seal this crevice more tightly. Even rats could reshape it by morning's light." Goro nods and signals two guards to plaster the gap with fresh mortar from the supply at the turret's base. You step back, listening to the mortar's coarse mix flake into place like settling snow. Within minutes, the crack disappears, an imperceptible but crucial repair. The patrol advances to the northern gate, where heavy cedar doors stand reinforced for the night. Two guards tap the door's iron studs with wooden mallets, a ritual count confirming each stud's integrity. You recall that during the Onin War, samurai wives once joined these counts, stamping each stud to verify strike resonance. Mismatched tones signaled loose nails and potential entry points, mainstream historical fact. Some scholars debate whether women truly participated in stud checking, or if this tale evolved into a romantic legend. Historians still argue whether. When the final stud yields a hollow note, you push lightly against the door's frame, a test of its seal. It holds firm. Satisfied, you turn to oversee the lock's mechanism, an ornate iron bolt secured by a padlock bearing the clan's mon. You dip a finger in lamp oil, easing the bolt's slide to prevent rust and ensure swift closure come dawn. As the patrol winds along the perimeter wall, the lantern light catches a cluster of mossy stones at the moat's edge. You frown. Moss can conceal slippery surfaces, risking accidents during quick alerts. You instruct a guard to deploy sand from the turret's storage to create a safe, non-slip path. The guard obeys, scattering coarse sand like starlight over the stones. You nod at the transformed surface, knowing that small precautions prevent greater dangers. Next, you guide the patrol past the guard tower, overlooking the compound's south side, where sentries peer into the darkness through narrow slits. You pause beneath the tower's eaves, listening to their soft whispers. Moonlight filters through paper screens overhead, rendering the tower's silhouette jagged against the sky. Below you, notice a faint indentation in the gravel path too uniform for random footfall. You crouch to examine the mark, resembles a discarded shoe print, though no guard reports a missing shoe. You straighten and address the sentries. Report any stray footwear found near this sector. It may signal wandering spirits or unwelcome visitors. The sentries exchange uneasy glances. Superstitions run deep here. Some believe that a lone shoe on castle grounds invites restless souls, requiring a purification rite of salt and sake to appease unsettled energies. Quirky fringe tidbit. Scholars still argue whether such purification rituals derived from Shinto belief or were later additions from Buddhist syncretism. Historians still argue whether your lantern's beam cuts to the shadowed corner beside the tower. A small leather sandal lies half buried in fallen pine needles. You pick it up, the leather cool against your palm. The sandal bears a faded foot imprint, likely lost by a servant on last night's patrol. You tuck it into your obi, planning to return it at tomorrow's morning muster. Small tokens like these remind you that vigilance extends beyond guarding walls to caring for the household's own. The patrol continues to the western gardens, where stone lanterns stand in solemn rows amid trimmed hedges. You pause by a lantern carved with lotus petals, a wedding gift from your own betrothal ceremony. Its glass panels gleam under your lamp's glow. A guard tests the lantern's candle placement, ensuring the wick sits above sand to prevent glass cracking from heat. In some villages, peasants believed lanterns carved with lotus motifs warded off lightning strikes, shaping nighttime rituals around protective carvings. Though historians debate whether such beliefs influenced lantern craftsmanship or emerged later as folk explanations, historians still argue whether. Satisfied, you lead the patrol to the moss garden's edge, where a small bamboo grove casts dancing moon shadows. You inhale the sharp scent of bamboo and pine, feeling alert despite the late hour. The guards move stealthily, scanning the undergrowth for stray animals or bandit scouts. The genetic memory of past turmoil, riots, rebellions, and land disputes lingers in every rustle. A sudden flicker catches your eye, a branch swaying through no breeze stirs. You pause, lantern raised, heart pounding. The guards freeze, hands drifting toward weapons. Your breath catches. Could it be a fox? Spirit? Kitsune? Drawn by the lantern's warmth. Folklore holds that foxes mimic human forms to test villagers, leading to tales of mysterious encounters around midnight groves. Quirky fringe tidbit. Yet you know that most nocturnal creatures avoid human light, and the grove's proximity to the moat deters fox presence. You step forward, parting bamboo stalks to reveal a small stone basin hiding beneath a camellia bush containing last night's impromptu flower petals. Someone must have placed them there as a secret tribute, perhaps a young retainer's private offering. You scoop a few petals, their red hue vibrant in the pale glow, and tuck them into your sleeve as a talisman of goodwill. Then you reset the camellia branch to conceal the basin, preserving both tribute and ritual for future discovery. As the patrol rounds the northern end, you spot Goro, signaling toward the watchtower's ladder. Tonight's final checkpoint, the rooftop sentry, must confirm the perimeter's unobstructed horizon. The sentry ascends, lantern swaying, and you watch as he reaches the crenellations. From his vantage, he can glimpse distant flickers, perhaps travelers, on the road, or torches from neighboring domains. He nods, signaling all clear, then descends with quiet grace. The patrol retraces its steps to the turret's courtyard. Each guard repositions weapons in racks, checks the oil lamps along the ramparts, and secures equipment. You oversee each action, noting the precise alignment of naginata heads and the gentle click of scabbard latches. You breathe out the night's tension, ebbing. Before dismissing the patrol, you address the assembled guards. Well done. May your vigilance hold until dawn's first light. Your words carry warmth, and you step forward, offering each guard a wrapped rice ball, onigiri, filled with pickled ume plum, for sustenance before their final watches. They accept with grateful bows, cradling the parcels against their chest as they resume station. You retrieve the lost sandal from your sash and return it to Goro. Place this with the morning's laundry. The owner will find it at sunrise. He bows deeply, commitment renewed. As the lanterns dim to their lowest glow, you take a final walk along the turret's stone pathway. The world beyond sleeps under a blanket of stars. The castle's walls, standing sentinel against both earthly and ghostly intrusions. You pause at the turret's edge, leaning on the cool stone, and inhale the night's stillness. In this hour of quiet vigilance, you feel the full weight of your dual roles, keeper of rituals and caretaker of defenses. You carried lantern light through shadows, patched unseen cracks, and honored both folk beliefs and practical strategy. Even as the patrol disperses into their appointed posts, you remain a living bridge between ceremony and security, weaving threads of tradition into the castle's nightly tapestry. Slipping back through the turret's gate, you replace the lantern on its iron hook. The guards below return to their silent watch. You bow to them in farewell, then glide down the corridor toward your chambers. Each step echoes your night's endeavors, reminding you that protection is woven into every ritual, and that even in the hush of darkness, a samurai wife's vigilance never sleeps. You slip into the soft glow of your private alcove, a secluded space adorned with deep indigo cushions and a low cedar writing desk. The hush here contrasts sharply with the compound's orchestrated rhythms, offering a sanctuary for reflection and pensiveness. As you settle onto a plush zabuton, you cradle a small porcelain cup of cooled blossom tea, a blend of cherry petals and kiku flowers, its subtle sweetness soothing the day's exertions. In Edo, Japan, private reflection was considered essential for samurai spouses, affording clarity amid duty's ceaseless demands. Mainstream historical fact. You inhale the tea's floral aroma and close your eyes, letting your mind drift through the day's events. The dawn's ritual bows, the kimono's structured embrace, the midday drills, and tonight's silent patrol. Each moment wove you deeper into the fabric of your household's legacy. Opening your eyes, you gaze at the shoji screen, where a faint moonlight pattern shimmers. You recall a fringe practice whispered among courtly circles. Some noblewomen carved miniature haiku into the screen's wooden frames, visible only when light struck just so, a secret literary code among intimates. Historians still argue whether these carvings truly existed or emerged as later romantic invention remains a point of scholarly debate. Your gaze drifts to a small lacquered box on the desk inside, keepsakes, a lock of your mother's hair, a pressed chrysanthemum from your wedding bouquet, and a folded note your husband slipped into your kimono sash last spring. You lift the note and read its single line in his careful script. Through petals and steel, my heart remains yours. A warmth blooms in your chest. You trace the characters, savoring his sentiment, proof that beneath martial austerity, tenderness persists. You tip the porcelain cup to your lips, sipping tea as you reflect on that gentle moment. Tea and romance intertwine here, echoing the morning's formal ceremony, yet carrying an intimacy unspoken in public rites. Some diaries from the period hint that couples exchanged secret tea blends infused with individual herbs, a personalized ritual of unity, though historians still debate whether these love teas were widespread or confined to poetic fancy. Historians still argue whether, setting the note aside, you unfurl your personal journal, its pages filled with clipped observations and poetic musings. You draft a brief entry. Tonight I walked with lantern light through silent stones and whispered moss, feeling the compound's heartbeat beneath my steps. In stillness, I taste both duty's weight and freedom's delicate breath. Your ink flows readily, the brush's tip gliding across washi in smooth arcs. Writing anchors your thoughts, transforming ephemeral musings into tangible testament. In Edo-era households, such journals often formed the basis for later memoirs, offering historians rare glimpses into women's inner lives, though some argue these accounts were later sanitized to reflect societal ideals rather than raw truth. Historians still argue whether, pausing mid-sentence, you glance at the moon's reflection on the polished cedar table. It appears as a silver tear, a fleeting image that mirrors your own contemplations, the constant interplay of light and shadow in your life. You recall that lamplight reflections once inspired poets to compose verses on impermanence, fueling the aesthetic of mono. No, aware the poignant beauty of transient things. mainstream historical fact. You close the journal and lift a small mirror, its round surface framed in brass. You study your features, the soft curve of your jaw, the faint crease at your left eyebrow, and the glimmer of resolve in your eyes. Underneath the ceremonial masks and silk robes lies a woman shaped by ritual and responsibility, yet also by dreams of autonomy and self-expression. You ponder whether future wives will read your mirrored gaze and see in it both tradition's strength and a flicker of quiet rebellion. A gentle knock at the chamber door reminds you that even private moments bow to duty. A servant enters with a folded silk blanket and a small lamp. Night deepens beyond the screen's thin walls, and the servant's respectful nod signals permission to retire. You place the mirror and journal back into the lacquered desk, their surfaces closed yet resonant with memory. Before standing, you utter a silent vow to honor both public duty and private truth, weaving them into a legacy that transcends choreographed protocol. You gather the blanket and wrap it around your shoulders, its warmth carrying you toward rest. As you blow out the lamp's wick, the alcove plunges into shadow, save for the moon's gentle glow. You step toward the low futon laid beneath a scroll, depicting a solitary crane in flight, symbolizing fidelity and grace. You fold the silk blanket neatly across the futon's edge, then slip beneath its layers, feeling its cool softness against your cheek. A final thought drifts through your mind that in the quiet chamber of private reflection, you shape not only your own identity, but the unseen tapestry of those who follow. In this moment of stillness, you find both solace and inspiration, proof that even amid the strictest rituals, the human spirit finds space to breathe, to question, and to dream. You awaken briefly as a gentle knock sounds at your chamber door. Tama's soft voice whispers that family conversation is about to begin in the main hall. The hush of pre-dawn lingers. Lanterns glow low, and you smooth your kimono before rising. Candlelit gatherings among the household foster intimacy and shared history, a ritual as vital as morning bows and midnight patrols. Mainstream historical fact. Slipping down the corridor in Sankai Ashi steps, your footsteps barely disturb the tatami. You enter the main hall where a half-dozen family members gather around a low cedar table. Your husband sits at the center, flanked by his younger brother and your own father, visiting from your natal household. The soft pool of candlelight illuminates carved crescent moon motifs on the ceiling beams, casting ethereal patterns across their faces. You greet each with a respectful bow. The candles rest in bronze holders shaped like lotus blooms, a symbol of purity amidst worldly duties. You recall that lotus lanterns were offered in matins at temple ceremonies to guide ancestral spirits, and families later adopted miniature versions for intimate home rituals. Quirky, fringe, tidbit. Scholars still debate whether these lanterns originated purely as religious symbols or evolved to satisfy aesthetic tastes in samurai compounds, historians still argue whether your husband opens the discourse. This evening, let us share memories of our forebears' greatest trials. Mother often spoke of grandfather's resolve at Sekigahara. His voice, low and measured, carries through the room's thick silence. You sip warm sake from a carved cedar cup, its fragrance of rice and yeast grounding you in the moment. Your father leans forward, face lined with both age and paternal pride. I remember a winter's eve when your grandfather led the supply convoy through frozen mountain passes. He refused to retreat when snow blocked the path, insisting that loyalty to the shogun's decree outweighed his men's exhaustion. His tone reverent, he places his cup down, gently echoing the kettle's quiet simmer. You nod and share a detail, only whispered in private diaries. It's said he once paused mid-trek to carve the clan crest into an evergreen's bark, vowing that as long as the tree stood, his oath endured. The family exchanges soft smiles. This small anecdote enriches the narrative with tangible proof of devotion. Yet, historians still argue whether the bark carving occurred as legend describes or was later romanticized to inspire loyalty. In clan records, historians still argue whether your younger brother-in-law, Norio's older brother, offers a lighter memory. Mother used to bake moon-shaped rice cakes to celebrate successful harvests, lighting these very lotus lanterns in the courtyard's center. He lifts his cup for a sip before continuing. The lantern glow drew dancing fireflies like living sparks dancing in our palms. Laughter ripples quietly, recalling childhood wonder. You add your own recollection. I once fell asleep beneath those lanterns, mistaking firefly flight for snowfall. Grandmother teased me, saying only spirits could mimic snow's hush. You smile at the shared memory, and in the flicker of candlelight, the hall seems smaller, more intimate, a world apart from the day's relentless protocol. A hush follows as your husband's brother, Tamaki, clears his throat. He presents a handwritten scroll containing a poem, reading in a clear voice. Candles' gentle breath chants tales, old as winter frost. Hearts ignite in hush. The verse encapsulates the gathering's spirit-weaving ritual memory and kinship. You recall that candlelit poetry exchanges date to Heian court salons, where nobility shared verses by oil lamp. Yet some argue Edo families adapted the practice to reinforce domestic bonds rather than courtly politics. Historians still argue whether your husband unwraps a small lacquered box revealing black stitched silk pouches containing roasted chestnuts. He offers one to each family member, in turn, invoking a centuries-old tradition. Sharing chestnuts signified unity in autumn's turning year, a time when stockpiles diminished and communities drew near to conserve warmth and sustenance. Mainstream historical fact. Some fringe tales claim that sweetened chestnuts were once used in secret marriage proposals, hidden within pouches, marked only by not patterns, though evidence for such clandestine courtships is scant and contested. Historians still argue whether, as you taste a chestnut, its rich warmth spreads through your chest. You glance around at the candlelight flickering across each face, the crease near your father's temple, the shy grin on your sister-in-law's lips, the solemn nod of your husband's respect. In this soft glow, you sense both continuity and the fragility of shared history. Your father offers a final toast to our ancestors' legacy and to the family we shape anew each night. Glass cups meet with measured clink, the sound resonant against silent walls. Each of you bows slightly, honoring both past and present. The conversation drifts to lighter topics, plans for tomorrow's gardening festival, a rumored new tea blend from Uji, and the upcoming donation of lanterns to the temple's autumn ceremony. Each topic sparks small laughter or thoughtful nods, an evening's tapestry woven from communal threads. After a time, you rise to signal the gathering's close. You extinguish each candle by gently pinching the flame with a damp lotus petal, a technique both aesthetic and practical, ensuring no smoke lingers to stain the ceiling beams. The candle's wicks dim to glowing embers before darkness reassumes the hall. You guide your family to stand at the sliding door, bowing toward the ancestral alcove. Each voice intones a whispered farewell. Good night, and may our spirits rest in harmony. The gravity of collective ritual settles around you. As your family retreats to their chambers, you remain for a moment beside the darkened lantern stand. The hall feels hollow, yet whole, a sanctuary of remembered voices and shared silence. You notice a single lotus petal fallen on the polished floor, its pale form illuminated briefly by moonlight filtering through the door's lattice. You kneel to retrieve it, tucking it into your sleeve as a keepsake of tonight's bond. The petal's texture is almost imperceptible, but its presence speaks of continuity. Each family gathering, each story shared, becomes a petal on the unending branch of lineage. With a final bow to the ancestral portrait, you exit the hall lantern-lit corridors, giving way to shadow. The quiet hum of night greets you, and you carry the warmth of candlelit voices back to your secluded alcove, both memory and ritual, flickering in your mind as you prepare for rest. You return to your private alcove as the last family footsteps recede the corridor's lanterns, casting soft golden pools on the polished wood. Tonight's final duty awaits the sleep ritual preparation. In Edo, Japan, samurai households observed nightly purification rites before rest, a practice believed to cleanse both body and spirit, ensuring peaceful dreams and warding off malevolent influences. Mainstream historical fact. You close the sliding shoji behind you and kneel before a small, lacquered shrine tucked into the room's far corner. Its shelves hold a bronze censer, a porcelain water basin, and a folded white linen cloth. each item carefully arranged for tonight's rite. You bow deeply, palms pressed in prayer, then begin with the water purification. Grasping the porcelain basin, you pour cold well water into your cupped hands and raise it to your lips. You drink sparingly, just enough to symbolize inward cleansing, then tilt your head back to catch a few droplets on your face. The water feels crisp against your skin, awakening both senses and spirit. You recall that early Edo meditative practices often prescribed water medicine at night to balance bodily humors. Though some scholars still argue whether these prescriptions served real health benefits or functioned more as symbolic spiritual prescriptions. Historians still argue whether next you dip the white linen cloth into the basin, wringing it gently before draping it over your shoulders. The cloth's fibers, woven from fine hemp and flax, whisper against your kimono's silk. You use it to brush your hands and arms in sweeping motions, first right, then left, then center, flicking away any lingering dust or residue from the day's labors. Each sweep carries a silent affirmation. All mistakes, missteps, and conflicts are cast aside. As you finish the purifying wipe, you fold the cloth and set it aside, then lift the bronze censer's brass lid. A few glowing embers remain within, but you carefully replace them with fresh charcoal, a round disc glowing red at the edges. You sprinkle a few flicks of sandalwood incense powder atop, and the censer exudes gentle smoke. You take the censer's handle and rotate it 3 times clockwise, allowing the incense's aroma to swirl throughout the alcove. The scent soothes your weary muscles, a nightly balm long favored by Edo elites to calm fleeting anxieties before sleep. Legend holds that some households infused camouflage herbs, mugwort wormwood, and sweet flag into this incense to ward off shape-shifting spirits, though historians still dispute whether such herbal blends evolved from practical pest control or from mystical lore. Historians still argue whether you inhale the subtle bitterness of mugwort, recalling its ancient use in moxibustion and its reputation for driving away nightmares. With smoke curling around you, you kneel before the shrine and offer a silent prayer, a blessing for your ancestors to guide carefree dreams, a wish for your household's continued harmony, and a pledge to uphold your duties with unwavering honor. In your mind's eye, you picture each departed forebear stepping from past to present, a lineage of strength supporting your every breath. You rise and turn to the alcove's small writing desk where a polished mirror and a brush rest. This is the reflection rite. You lift the mirror, angling it so your face appears in its oval glass framed by the lacquered wood. Your eyes meet your own gaze, tired yet resolute. You whisper a mantra under your breath, once used by medieval court ladies. May the waking self release, the dreaming self release. The mantra's cadence feels foreign on your tongue, yet its sentiment resonates. Release of conscious burdens, release of subconscious fears. Behind you, you feel the linen cloth's faint scent mingling with incense, a layering of physical and spiritual cleansing. You study the slight crease in your brow, the soft line at your eyes' corners. You allow a small, compassionate smile, acknowledging both your strengths and vulnerabilities. In some regions, women inscribed affirmations on small slips of washi and placed them behind their mirrors to embolden self-care. Whether these slips inspired genuine confidence or merely served as decorative reminders remains a matter scholars debate. Historians still argue whether you place the mirror back on its stand and retrieve a small silk pouch from the shrine's lower shelf. Inside lies a handful of rice grains, each colored with a single painted dot, red for protection, white for purity, black for warding shadows. You scoop one grain at a time into your palm, murmuring a nightly chant, rice of earth, grain of light, guard my dreams throughout the night. You pop the colored grains into a porcelain bowl and slide it under your futon. Folk belief held that dreams consume the colored rice, first diverting ominous visions into harmless visions of harvest and fullness, though some argue this dream offering served more as a meditative focus than as genuine spiritual barter. Historians still argue whether next comes the silence vow. You take a folded slip of white paper and ink a single character, jijaku, meaning stillness. With the same brush you used for poetry earlier, you write the character across the paper in bold, deliberate strokes. You hang the slip on the alcove's wooden beam, positioning it so the lantern's last glow illuminates the word. The vow declares your intention to honor the night's quiet, discouraging idle thoughts and external chatter. Silent repose was esteemed among Edo households. Some samurai wives adopted full night vows, refraining from speech after sunset, believing that silence preserved inner calm and reinforced discipline. Others found such vows impractical in bustling compounds, leading to debates over the vow's true efficacy versus its ritual symbolism. Historians still argue whether you commit to a middle path, maintain silence for the first and last hour of sleep, allowing necessary communication otherwise. Finally, you slip beneath your futon, drawing the silk blanket snug around you. The mattress, firm yet yielding, is layered on tatami, its cool weave comforting against your skin. You position the incense censer on a small wooden stand at pillow level, where its residual warmth and scent can lull you toward dreams. As you settle your head on the rice straw pillow, you recall the quirky tale of some wives placing a single peach pit under their pillow to secure dreams of prosperity. Though records are scarce and often conflict over whether the practice aimed for literal wealth or metaphorical abundance of spirit. Historians still argue whether you contemplate whether to try the peach pit tonight, but decide that your colored rice offering suffices for now. You
Your final conscious thought drifts to the silent rooms beyond the guards on patrol, the pottery menders resting by their hearths, the kitchen apprentices lulled by leftover incense. Each soul in the compound partakes in some version of this nightly rite, their collective energies weaving a tapestry of protection and peace. Your eyelids grow heavy as the incense embers glow faintly. You feel the censer's warmth against your cheek, the linen cloth's soft texture still brushing your shoulders, and the hush of the alcove cradle your senses. In this cocoon of ritual, you surrender to slumber, trusting that purification prayer and mindful intention will shepherd you through the night's shadows. You awaken to the hush of dawn, barely breaking the first pale sliver of sunlight, filtering through the shoji screens like a hesitant sigh. The compound lies suspended between night and morning, a fragile moment of in-between that you have learned to cherish. You rise from your futon and step onto the cool tatami, every fiber pressing a soft reminder of last night's rituals and the new day's promise. Your kimono hangs folded on a low rack, awaiting the morning's dressing ceremony, but for now, you remain in the lightweight linen robes reserved for rest. In this final hour before full awakening, you perform your closing ritual, a silent walk through the corridor's edge, pausing before each sleeping lantern to offer a whispered affirmation. You bend to each murmuring may vigilance and peace guard your dreams before moving on to the next. This nightly litany of reassurance echoes the morning's first bows, a bookend of ritual that frames your world in constancy. The corridor's paper walls glow softly as the sun's rays deepen. You step quietly past the sleeping guards at their posts, their armor racks gleaming faintly in the half-light. You recall their midnight patrols, the sharp clicks of naginata heads, and the hushed authority your presence lent to their rounds. Now you thank them silently for their steadfast watch. In homes of high rank expressing gratitude, even to retainers through such nocturnal affirmations, was said to foster loyalty, though scholars still argue whether these nightly thank you rites were formalized practices or personal improvisations born of genuine respect. Historians still argue whether you continue to the compound's small shrine where the ancestral portraits rest in calm repose behind sliding wooden shutters. You slide them open and bow deeply, palms pressed together in reverence. The bronze candle holders from this morning's ritual stand empty, their wicks spent to shallow, molten pools. You trace a fingertip along the lacquered frame of your husband's great-grandfather, remembering the resolute gaze that guided your own steps throughout the day. You whisper, "Thank you for your example," feeling the weight of lineage settle gently in your chest. Stepping back, you close the shutters and move to the garden's edge where the courtyard awaits its morning raking. The gravel's patterns lie still untouched since yesterday's preparation,
a testament to yesterday morning's ordering. You step onto the veranda, the cedar planks cool underfoot, and look out at the moss-ringed koi pond, its surface mirroring cloudless sky. A single koi glides beneath dew-dappled petals, stirring the water in graceful ripples. You inhale the crisp air, carrying a promise of renewal. At the veranda's end, you pause by the bamboo fountain, a suikin kutsu, whose underground urn awaited the first drip. You tip the bamboo spout with a fingertip, coaxing the water to dance its first note. The gentle drip plink echoes in the courtyard's hush, a private serenade to dawn. Samurai households prized such fountains for their meditative resonance, though texts still debate whether their primary purpose was spiritual contemplation or simply ornamental acoustics. Historians still argue whether you let the water's song accompany your thoughts as you return indoors, stepping with deliberate Sankai Ashi gait. Each step, though, measured and slow, carries the momentum of habit and intent. You reach your dressing chamber, where the white Nagajuban awaits. You pause, hand on the silk folds, and recall the morning ritual's precise requirements: collar, alignment, obi knots, silk patterns. But for these few moments, you remain free of ceremony, embracing the soft calm before the day's demands resume. A servant enters with a small cup of green tea, brewed from yesterday's leaves, cooled to gentle warmth. You accept it, fingers brushing the porcelain as you lift it to your lips. The tea's faint bitterness grounds you, melding with the dawn's promise. In samurai compounds, such early morning teas were served not for ceremony, but to fortify the body, though accounts vary on whether the practice aimed at alertness for early training or simply nourishment before formalities commenced. Historians still argue whether you sip slowly, savoring the tea and the hush, then set the cup aside. You move to your low writing desk and retrieve your folded scroll of poetry from last night's gathering. You unroll it lightly, lines honoring stillness, warmth, and unity. You read them softly to yourself. Silence cradles dawn, petals drift on dew-soft dreams, hearts breathe steady peace. A small smile touches your lips. You roll the scroll carefully, tying it with its silk cord and placing it back into the lacquered box. These private verses become part of your personal archive, a record of nights shaped by ritual and reflection. Some families later bound similar poems into familial anthologies, though debate persists on whether these compilations served genuine literary pursuits or functioned as status symbols among elite lineages. Historians still argue whether, turning from the desk, you pause at a low cabinet holding your folded linen robe and the white cloth used in last night's purification. You pick up the cloth, its fibers still soft with the faint scent of sandalwood smoke. You fold it once, twice, then tuck it into a small drawer for tomorrow's ritual. Each element linen incense, ash-colored rice, carries its own memory of intention and care. A tapestry of nightly practice that binds you to both past and future. At the futon's edge, you kneel and press your palms against the woven fabric. You whisper one final affirmation, a personal vow. May respect guide each breath. May compassion color each action. May honor steady each step. These words, spoken softly to the dawn's emptiness, linger in the air like faint incense smoke. You stand and bow once more to the alcove's sliding doors, offering reverence for the night's protection and the day's forthcoming duties. The compound seems to hold its breath in response, as if acknowledging your vigilance and intent. With measured steps, you return to your futon and sit drawing the silk blanket up around your form. The early light grows warmer, promising new challenges and ceremonies. Yet, in this transient moment you remain suspended between rest and readiness, neither fully asleep nor wholly awake. You close your eyes and let the morning's hush fold around you, settling the day's responsibilities into silent continuity. The candles are remounted for today's rituals. The swords await display, the servants stand at their posts, and the walls themselves prepare to witness another cycle of ceremonies. You are both steward and participant in this living tapestry, your vigil extending through darkness and daylight alike. Now, as the dawn's gentle glow filters through the paper screens, allow your mind to soften. Feel each breath become a subtle wave rising and falling with unhurried grace. Let your thoughts drift like cherry blossoms on a quiet pond, each petal afloat, yet guided by an unseen current. In this peaceful moment, all duties rest lightly upon your shoulders. Steadfast responsibilities set aside in favor of tranquil reflection. Imagine the wooden pillars of the compound absorbing last night's whispered affirmations, carrying them forward as silent guardians of memory. Envision the incense's sandalwood haze dissolving into morning air, taking with it any lingering tension or doubt. You may feel the cool tatami beneath your feet, or the faint warmth of silk against your skin, anchoring you in this present sanctuary. Allow your heartbeat to settle into a calm rhythm, each pulse echoing the courtyard's gentle drip plink from the bamboo fountain. Let that measured beat guide your relaxation, reminding you that vigilance and serenity can coexist, that strength need not preclude softness. In this melding of stillness and awareness, you discover a wellspring of renewal within yourself. As you drift toward awake or sleep, know that the rituals you perform, bowing to ancestors, tending fires, weaving silk patterns, are threads in an unbroken tapestry woven across generations. Each action, no matter how small, contributes to a living legacy of honor, compassion, and mindful care. Now, surrender fully to this moment's tender embrace. Feel the day's first light cradle your thoughts and let your spirit unfold like the sunrise itself, gentle, deliberate, and suffused with promise. Sweet dreams, or a tranquil awakening, may you carry this hush in your heart throughout every hour to come.